Okay, this is the Battleground 2016 live reaction commentary hangout.
WWE Battleground kickoff show. So much going on here tonight. So throughout the evening on social media, use the hashtag WWE Battleground. Now, I'm going to tell you what's coming up a little bit later.
Let's see if I can get the other guys in here.
For WWE, the draft this past Tuesday on SmackDown Live. Unique rosters drafted by the commissioners and general managers of each respective show. So now, tonight here on the kickoff show, I will be joined by a very special guest, the general manager of Monday Night Raw, the Hall of Famer Mick Foley, and the general manager of SmackDown Live, Daniel Bryan. This is unprecedented. This could be so much fun, and you can get involved on social media. All you have to do is get online, use the hashtag RawGM and the hashtag SDLiveGM. Send your questions, and in the live Q&A, you can get the questions answered by Mick Foley and Daniel Bryan. Now, don't forget, all the action of WWE Battleground can only be seen live only on the award-winning WWE Network, and Renee still to come. It's why we're all here. Dean Ambrose defends the WWE title in a triple threat match against Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns.
Tonight's main event is going to be epic. It's triple threat match.
Can you bring up my notes?
And Roman Reigns, and now that was actually earlier this week at WWE Live, that Roman Reigns made his early return back. What do you think about him heading back into the ring before tonight's triple threat match?
When you think on the line, the WWE Championship, you can't blame Roman for wanting to get as much of a jump start as possible to get back in the ring to be prepared for tonight. I think he was just so anxious to get back. He got his dates confused.
Hey, Devontae, what's up? Wait, you're actually there at Battleground? I'll see you there. You got your phone there so that we can actually listen to actual commentary, correct? You know, listen to good stuff rather than just nothing and loud screaming. Well, where are you sitting at, Devontae, so I can try to look for you? Are you somewhere close to ringside, the ring entrance, or you're like in the cheap seats? I shot you the link on Skype. Want me to send it to you on Facebook, Lance?
Hey, Billy.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. I'm finally fully recovered. I want to say the leg problems. I remember the leg problems I told you I was having.
Right.
It's about 85 to 90% better.
Oh, that's good. I hope it keeps getting better.
But now my leg is like the Rice Krispie treat cereal and little snap, crackle, pop.
Yeah, at my age, I know that
And I'm only
so
35.
well when it comes to my back.
And I'm only 35 too. Hey, Dustin, can you come plug my computer in? My kid brother, Dustin. Hello.
I was gonna say Rhodes.
But yeah, we've been as far as the live show I usually do on Thursdays with Sports Entertainment tonight. We've been having problems with the internet connection over at the studio, which is kind of weird because we were out 1 week because of we were preempted for a festival that we had here in Louisiana, and the very next week we come back. That's when we start to have all the internet issues.
Oh.
Might want to get a booster.
For the studio's internet?
Oh, I thought it was like it could have been your computer or something. But it's studios.
No, it's the studio. Yeah, because all of the streaming and broadcasting equipment they have on their computer, and that's how they do it over there. And like I said, up until the week we were off, everything was just fine. And then the week we come back, that's when all the issues start to happen.
Well, since they're on TV right now, I got to say this one thing. There is one word to describe their internet right now. And I'm going to spell it out for you. SAWFT. Soft.
Now, for those of you who follow my channel wondering why I didn't get a chance to put up a preview video, I do apologize about that, but I did post because I usually like to write up my reviews. Hey, Alfie, what's up, dude? Alfie's in the chat room along with Devontae. By the way, guys, Devontae said that he's actually there at Battleground tonight. And I'm keeping my camera off this time because I think maybe if you remember back at the Money in the Bank Hangout when my microphone went all wonky. Yeah. I think it was probably because I had my camera on.
And hopefully Joe remembers we are live.
I need to make sure. Devon said it's in D.C., so it's 20 minutes from where he lives.
Oh, it's a good night. Jerry Lawler's talking about Hooters. Hooters, boobs, snack trays, all the same thing.
Actually, it's a bad night because he won't be on commentary.
Well, who's the commentary team for Battleground?
I don't know, but they basically relegated King to.
I bet you it's Michael Cole.
Michael Cole.
I just heard the Hooter.
Hashtag Michael Coleslaw.
Coleslaw. Okay. And luckily, I got the WWE Network app working on a TV, so I got it. I have the TV playing the WWE Battleground, and the computer is just doing the Google Hangouts. So I think that's probably what'll kind of like counterbalance each other.
It's actually a lot of fun doing it like that. That's my setup.
Well, yeah, it does make it easier on the computer.
Yeah. That, and you don't be clicking back and forth to see what to be clicking there, or with 3 different windows and shit.
Alfie, I do not see you on your Facebook. Can you sign on to your Facebook so I can give you the link? Or do you want it on your Skype? Because I think we're still following each other on Skype.
For a second there, I thought it said New Day versus Wyatt up next. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, that would have been weird.
Yeah.
And every time I see that Seth Rollins blowing out his knee, it makes me cringe.
Yeah, because it's a sick spot, and not in a good way.
Joe, have you known anyone to blow out his knee like that personally?
I'm sorry, Billy. Actually, I seen one indie worker blow out their knee against my tag team. This was back in the mid-'90s. My Nightmare Express was taking on this other team for a tag title, and the kid went for some sort of drop kick, and he wanted to do a single leg drop kick and land like in a martial arts stance. Well, he got the one kick in, and my guy sold it, and the other one dropped. Let's just say when he planted his other leg down, the knee went in a direction that we didn't think it was humanly possible.
180?
180. Put it like this. He can now, if he wanted to bend his leg, pretty much if he wanted to kiss his toes without bending his leg forward, he could now. His knee actually popped forward.
Wow.
Ouch.
And he landed straight, and they didn't know what to do, and I screamed at my guys. I said, Todd, pin him, pin him. I said, we'll take the win, pin him. You know, and folks, we were not scheduled to win. So we walked away with the tag titles.
Whoops.
How you doing tonight, Red?
Hanging in there, hanging in there.
Tonight, we are at Battlegrounds. And wait a minute, before anything else, who has their box of Bootios?
I don't know. I'm waiting for my my pizza and my Mountain Dew. And besides, I'll be getting booty later on tonight.
Well, same here.
I'll be right back, guys.
Are they replaying some of these when they first started making fun of the Wyatt family?
It's such a shame that they're splitting the Wyatts.
It's a shame what their Braun Strowman is screwed.
Leave Hillbilly Jim 2K16. You know, I was discussing with Rick. You see how they did the Wyatt compound?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make a hell of a horror movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there, like in the middle of the woods, your car breaks down, you're not sure where it is, where you're at, and all of a sudden you see this cabin. That would be scary as hell.
It definitely would
WWE
be.
2K WWE films cabin movies.
How on earth are you got doing?
And then it's somewhere in that whole horror movie, Joe, have one scene from the final deletion.
This whole thing this was final deletion, like only a better version of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Dixie's probably kicking herself.
The only thing that I wish they had done, honestly, and I say it again, one, I loved the environment, but they should have brought like live cameras out, and it would have worked a lot better. But it is what it is.
Well, what, for the Wyatt compound?
Yeah.
I actually believe they were testing it out for a possible movie.
Maybe. If they do like a Wyatt movie, it wrestling fans are gonna like it, but it's gonna bomb. It's gonna be like no.
They'd have to change it up a little bit. They wouldn't be able to call it the Wyatt movie or something. Kind of like, well, the See No Evil franchise. Yeah, I could definitely see Kane, since he plays a monster, psychotic serial killing bastard. That makes sense. Maybe twist it up a little bit, change up the names and stuff like that. Maybe Bray Wyatt's father is a tax man.
See, if they're gonna do something like where they would do like similar to what the Wyatts are now, they'd have to make them a lot more sinister. I mean, they'd have to make them like a whole bunch of serial killers. You know.
That'll probably be the angle in what it is, because it'll be like Cabin Fear, something like that, where
Cape Fear, yes.
Yeah, where you break down, whoever a group breaks down, and it has to be young people. It has to be, because they always are the ones that get in trouble.
You're setting up like the Friday the 13th scenario, but with the Wyatts.
Exactly, and it's like and you throw in Sister Abigail as the one who's inviting them, and you don't think nothing of this nice, little girl in a white dress, and then the whole thing is a big compound, so it's, it's not something you could just get out and run. It's like a big house in a compound.
Yeah.
With barns and all that, and you got to run and try to get away, and there's like electrified fields where they have to make it that you can't escape.
I think that's going a little over the top. I get the concept of where you're going with, but it would have to be something more, I would say that people are just they're kidnapping people from in public places, and cops are trying to say who's supposed to be doing it, and because it's not just one, it's a team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
With the FBI, it's obviously trying to figure out who's doing all this, but I don't know. Like I said, I hope they're not going in that direction, because they would have to do it 100%. If they do it even like 99%, it's not going to be right.
What?
Give me a sec, guys. I'll be back.
I don't know. Hey, Lance, I just posted up the link on Facebook that we're live for the Battleground reactions, and the thumbnail that pops up is a dead picture of you on there.
Just my chair?
No, you. You in your red tank top.
Cool.
All right.
Hey, Alfie. How you doing? Hey, I was trying to look for you on Facebook to send you the link, dude.
How's my audio quality, by the way? I'm trying to...
It's kind of low.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find like a good pair of earphones. I think this mic's a bit busted on this one.
Billy, you might have to boost him.
Let me see. How would I...
They're like the discount.
Toolbox?
They're going to do a Q... How do they select the questions for those Q&A? Do they really take them from fans, or do they just come up with their own and say they're from fans?
They come up with their own.
Yeah, it's WWE. What do you think?
It's got to tie into the writing somehow.
Hey, who would have thought that Mick Foley would have an attractive daughter?
That's why I think his wife had an affair, because you can't get something that looked like that from him.
But I come back and I look to see the original fucking shit, and I have to wonder, which is worse, WWE original content or TNA? I'll be honest with you, I think TNA in this case beats WWE's original content. How sad is that?
I don't know. I ended up somehow watching the opening promo from the previous Impact Wrestling with Bobby Lashley. How in the blue hell did they put a championship on someone who can't even cut a decent promo? Let me just say that Brock Lesnar has better promo skills.
Well, I admit maybe promos suck, but you know what? Like I said, the original content, like that fucking Swerved, that is such bullshit. The On the Road, Billy, you above all people, we used to have so many road stories, and then nothing like that. Oh, I farted. It's just like, really?
No, it's like a watered down version, Rick. You're not
watered down? Watered down? More like fucking dried out.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a fucking taking a piece of fresh
Swerved episodes are... Yeah, some
bullshit.
of them have made me laugh.
But you know what, though? It's bullshit, because
it's from the guy who directed Jackass. Of course it's going to be that.
No, but see, Jackass did it better. Okay, Punk did it better. These guys are trying to do it, and it's like they can't even keep a straight face on the ones that you might even think might be legit. I watch 4 or 5 every time I watch them. I'm like, God, maybe I won't like it. So I watched the first one. I watched the one where Seth Rollins is supposed to couldn't get in the building. Now he says, "Oh, my name's Seth Rollins." Bullshit. If you were in there, you wouldn't use the name Seth Rollins. You would use his real name. That's strike 1. Strike 2, he's trying not to keep a smile on his face, which, again, even the new guy's like, I'm sorry, I can't leave it, and he can't. Again, he can't keep a straight face. So that's strike 2 and 3.
Well, like I said, these so-called reality shows are not reality shows, so they're all just scripted.
Exactly, like the fucking Holy Foley. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, again, I don't
give that a shot. Since it's Mick, I'm giving that a shot.
I like Mick. Don't get me wrong. To me, it's just kind of like it looks like he's more trying to promote his daughter because she wants to get into wrestling, and that's what that is. Nothing less, nothing more. Make no mistake.
Oh, absolutely. They should make a topic called "Make Room for Sacco" or something like that. by the way, at least Booker T's not sporting the Wilma Flintstone hairstyle.
Yeah, I think he realized he go ahead and go back to the braids.
And what kind of shirt is Vanilla Ice wearing? I mean, Corey Graves.
I don't know.
Something that he must have bought at a thrift shop for $1.99. The King doesn't even have his crown on the table, so you know they must have trashed that.
Oh, they trashed him altogether. This is all he's doing. He's not doing any more shows aside from this.
But at least, once again, WWE has a sponsor that they will not touch the product on the table. Unless they are drinking, I haven't seen it.
No, they're probably empty cans that's fucking, like, stuck to the... if you notice, they all have, like... Oh, no, they don't. Never mind.
They all set in a certain place where nobody can knock it over.
Yeah.
With the name of the product, Rick, facing the camera.
Oh, absolutely. And the funny thing is, they're not within arm's reach. You could, like, fall forward, and they still wouldn't be able to touch them.
What kind of product is it? It looks like purple.
It's Kickstart.
Mountain Dew type deal.
Yeah, it's a Kickstart. I've had one of them before. It's basically another Monster. It's another Red Bull.
Red Bull.
Red Bull grows balls.
I thought it would shrink them.
No, that motherfucker. You don't want to sleep? You try one of those. Holy shit! We got a Red Bull because when we work at Cumbies, we get these free coupons for free shit. And one was like a Red Bull. I'm like, all right, I'll try it. And I just drank the thing down, and I was like, Wyatt, I might as well have done cocaine.
Sniff, sniff, cocaine.
I'll be right back.
Guys,
I'm checking on my pizza.
Isn't it ironic that all the matches tonight are just rematches?
I wouldn't say that.
No, I agree. Well, okay, there's two rematches. One, obviously, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, which is like just as bad as Then you have New Day versus the Wyatts. I think this is hopefully my guess is we're gonna see what's his name? We're gonna see Xavier turn heel, or so that's a matter of time.
I don't think he's gonna turn heel. I think he's just when it comes to the time that he's tagged in the ring. He's going to be like he did in... Do
you think they're going to stretch this out then?
They're going to stretch it out. Well, it's either going to stretch it out or do something with it because Bray is gone. Because these guys are on a different...
All the more reason why I think they're going to do it.
The only one that's not on the same one with the same show as the Wyatts... Actually, the only one that is on the same show as the New Day is Braun.
Well, let me ask Billy and Lance real quick. Any word on how they're going to do the titles? Besides the U.S. title on Raw and the Intercontinental on SmackDown. Which is quite a reversal, mind you guys.
I've seen new titles coming. But I cannot 100% confirm that. That's just something I have seen. On one, it would make sense, but I can neither confirm nor deny it.
Well, here's the thing, too. Throughout every brand split that they've done, the Intercontinental title has always been home on Raw.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing it on SmackDown. And the U.S. title switched over. So I'm guessing that if Dean Ambrose walks away with the WWE title, it will be exclusive to Raw. I mean, to SmackDown. Because his opponents are stuck on Raw while he goes to SmackDown.
Okay, this is just a shot in the dark. Hell, it's just an idea. Okay, since Raw is exclusively to the cruiserweights, could we possibly, maybe somehow possible, maybe I don't know, kind of maybe have a TV title on SmackDown?
I doubt it because they do have the women's title, they have the U.S. title, the world titles are up for grabs. They're going to soon have the cruiserweights, maybe a cruiserweight title, there. So these guys are going to have to. SmackDown's going to have to fight back with more belts.
Yeah,
well,
like I said, possibly a cruiserweight on. I mean,
they will be having a cruiserweight title eventually. That is the plan for the future, from what I've read.
Why is Cesaro on there?
On where?
The pre-show.
Probably just to shoot. I don't know. I mean, they bring wrestlers up occasionally. I don't even know if he's on the card. But guys, I want you to place your bets right now. Okay, we have the club and AJ. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the club is going to Raw.
Yeah. Well, Gallows and
it's just Gallows and Anderson.
Right. Who's else coming to Raw?
Finny Boy.
What do you guys think? Okay, so I'm wondering if he's going to make a show up. Maybe even help AJ turn babyface by doubling, like by double crossing him.
I could see that because anytime a member, especially in Japan, left the club, that person got their ass beat.
Yeah. All right. Well, I didn't know that. So it was too. It's very obvious. I could be wrong, but you never know.
Hey, right. Alfie, do you think it would be a big shock if Finn Balor showed up in the match tonight? Alfie.
Oh, you know what? Also, I noticed one thing. Yeah, Cesaro's not in the card, I don't think.
I don't think so.
No.
Also, if my microphone messes up, can you please let me know? Because I actually listened back to the Money in the Bank Hangout the very next night, and I was just kind of ashamed of how horrible it sounded.
Wait a minute. Cesaro replaced Vanilla Ice?
Would that be any indication that Corey Graves might be on the commentary team tonight?
I hope.
Oh, God.
Maybe this is his trial run for, is it Raw that he's on now?
I still think people need to give him a fair shake. They put.
Like him on commentary.
Yeah, I think they need to give him Corey Graves a fair shake. He did a lot of good work with Rich Brennan in NXT. It's not his fault that he sucks with Tom Phillips, because Tom Phillips sucks with everybody, and Tom Phillips sucked to get where he is today.
No, that's Eva Marie. Oh, she sucked somebody to get where she is today.
So I think people should just give Corey Graves a shot.
Well, if there was a problem, he'll solve it. Check out the hook as his DJ revolves it. Because see how many Vanilla Ice people fans are out there.
Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
So when are they going to do this kickoff match that literally nobody cares about?
Right when it's about 5 minutes.
We only got a half hour left.
Probably about 5 minutes. They're waiting for everybody to sit down, buy their souvenirs. Oh, forget it, everybody. The WWE shop is open. Buy your merchandise. Buy it, you marks.
What is the kickoff match?
The Usos versus Breezango.
You know it's bad when the Usos are on the pre-show.
Yeah.
Breezango versus the Usos, a.k.a. Piss Break.
I don't know who's getting punished, the Usos, Breezango, or us.
Us.
Oh, I gotta say.
Is it me or Cesaro bombing hard?
I'm surprised you've been paying attention to it.
I was. I kept on. Well, I was going to check on my food. I keep on hearing him trying to repeat himself, completely stopped. What do I say next? And Renee's trying to get him on. Say, okay, thank you. And he's still shut up. That was awesome.
B Shady's in the chat room, says he wants to buy a WGS-TV T-shirt and have me sign it for him. If I have one for sale, man. If I have one for sale. But I don't.
Have them for sale, the Hardcore Wrestling Radio, because just out of let you know, we say screw the pipe bombs, we drop F bombs.
You damn right.
And 2 shirts have already been purchased. One for me, one for Jack Shit. We're on a roll. That was a joke. The bad one, but a joke.
You are the corporation.
I should print out a T-shirt. Joseph Knight, I'm that promoter.
No, I should just say on the back, I love Dixie Carter.
That would be for Andy.
Yeah, I leave that one to Andy.
Trust me, Joe knows I'm getting that.
Rick, B Shady wants to know
And, Billy?
Huh?
Billy?
Hey, Billy, you're fucking up.
You're
fucking up.
I am?
Yeah, now you're zooming in and out. You're pulling the big Pac-Man. Womp, womp, womp.
Considering the picture I'm using for my icon. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Now re-say what you were saying.
B Shady in the chat room wants to know if curb stomps are allowed in HWR.
Curb stomps?
Sure.
I don't feel like stomping any curbs. They don't do nothing to me.
Sure, just no dirty Sanchez's.
Ugh.
It's okay to call Hooters snack trays and big boobs.
Just no Alabama
and
hot
puppies. And puppies.
Oh.
Oh, while we're waiting, here are my 9 commandments. It's okay to call Hooters knockers and sometimes snack trays. Rule 2. It's wrong to be French. Rule 3. It's okay to put all bad people in one giant meat grinder. Rule 4. Lawyers. See Rule 3. Rule 5. It's okay to drive a gas guzzler if it helps you get babes. Rule 6. Everyone should carpool except me.
Huh?
Rule 7. Bring back the word stewardesses. Rule 8. Synchronized swimming is not a sport. Rule 9. Mud wrestling is a sport. And those are my 9 commandments. Thank you, Al Bundy.
What's up, Blake? B Shady says Chicago chili dogs and Cleveland steamers.
No, 2016.
No, and also no Alabama Hot Pockets.
I can't wait for Mick Foley to pull out that Mr. Socko and Daniel Bryan.
You know what, Lance? I have no idea what an Alabama Hot Pocket is, nor do I want to know.
No, you don't.
I didn't until I watched a shoot interview where X-Pac and Kevin Nash got extremely drunk and told me what it was.
Being X-Pac.
When is X-Pac not drunk when he's with Kevin Nash?
Because he got high?
I highly doubt Roman Reigns is winning. Like I said, I highly doubt it.
Right now, with the way Vince feels for him, I'm lucky he's lucky he's in the building.
Yeah.
Oh God, why is everybody talking?
Well,
What's with that hairstyle, Daniel Bryan?
It's the social media lounge. How long is this going to be?
That's what she said.
Until Kane comes out and grabs them both and choke slams them.
And says, I am the tag team champions?
Exactly.
He should grab Mick Foley and choke him. Why do you look like Daniel Bryan when he was wrestling?
Well, that plus
the
200
long beard
pounds.
and the hair.
Why do you look like Odin or Papa Smurf? Or Santa Claus?
Well, he does like Santa Claus. I like.
Now that should be a good movie for a WWE Hardcore Santa Claus.
Don't put that out there. They might actually use that idea.
Yeah,
Mr. Sacco is dressed like a little elf.
And instead of coal, you get put through a table or barbed wire.
Tell him, Billy. Tell him. It hurts me, Mommy.
Oh, God. By the way, Lance, Rick,
Hey,
on my Facebook history, you know how you usually get that little history thing.
Yeah.
Did this show you were playing with your ducks?
No, something worse. It was the very first day I uploaded that video, the one that Andy remade.
The shirt shot.
Okay, everybody, go look good. While you're watching.
Oh,
and you're
you mean
watching
the best shirt shot in the world?
Yeah, Rick, I'm getting to this. Go look into everybody while you're opening another tab on your browser. Open up YouTube again. Type in the worst chair shot in the world ever, or in the world, and you will see our own Mr. Billy Boudreaux give the worst, and The Rock means worst chair shot in history.
Guys, is this wrong that a white man is walking around with a black guy like in training him? Does this scream Ted DiBiase and Virgil?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh. No comment. That's all I'm going to say is no comment.
Gee, Marisa, any more of those fake eyelashes?
Is Bob Backlund missing some teeth?
Yes, he is. He's pulling a Vern Gagne right now. Corey Graves, where did you get that shirt out of Mick Foley's closet?
Oh, God.
Do you see it?
All he needs to do, that Darren Young needs to do, is just face the other, and go like 90 degrees counterclockwise, and that would be so inappropriate.
Anybody know why they got Backlund?
Oh, now you sound louder, dude.
Yeah, I just unplugged my headphones. Giving up with them, they're pretty pants.
I think for the past 3 or 4 months they've been doing terrible vignettes with Bob Backlund and Darren Young. Make Darren Young great again.
Well,
yeah, I know. I'm just curious as to why they chose Bob Backlund.
Well, you know what? The real question is, I have no problem with the idea or the concept. The problem is they picked the wrong person. The person they should have had was Damian Sandow. They would have had some great chemistry. They made a mistake. And I have another question. When the fuck was Darren Young ever great?
Yeah, you got a point there.
It was a Tuesday in 1996.
I think that's all part of the joke.
If that is a part of the joke, then they're pushing him to go nowhere.
Well, and the only time Darren Young was great, you got to ask his gay lover.
Oh God.
And
I have no comment on that one.
And you can hear his lover say, "It hurts me, Mommy."
Well, at least Val Venus isn't his mentor.
That would have been even better.
That would have been a wellness policy violation.
Hello, ladies.
Have you seen recent photos of him?
Funny as that would sound, WWE would never touch that. Even if Darren said no problem, no way. WWE wouldn't even go in that direction.
Brook Lesnar is so juiced.
Well, at least he didn't have Virgil as a mentor.
Well, you got a point there.
Maybe Darren Young's job again.
Virgil will say, "Okay, rule one. Rule 1, help me sell these 8x10s in the subway."
I hate you, Lance.
Hey, you're incomparable, so.
Is it me or they forgot to turn on the timer? Because I'm sure we're way past that time now. Look, people are leaving behind them. We're out of here. We're going to TNA. Nope, let's just sit back down here. Hey, I think, what's her name's eyelash is closing her eye. Renee Young, is that her name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think her left eyelash was closing, it was falling off or something. No, not Byron. What's his face? And the other guy who sounds like a legitimate.
Yeah, I do see it.
Oh no, here it is. Ooh, so.
Oh, I'm behind you guys.
When I say ooh, you say jobber.
What?
I like you say Uso and you say terrible.
And you know what? I like the Usos. I'll be honest with you. They're great wrestlers. They're good workers. And you know what? They got that little thing where they gets the fans. I mean, look at Enzo and Cass. If they didn't have that, you can't teach that, whole walk or whatever, shit that they do. Do you think they'd be where they are today?
No.
Exactly.
Well, then again, if Austin didn't have what in hell yeah in Austin 316 says I just whooped your ass, he wouldn't be where he is today.
So
yeah,
that's what it's all about.
He'd still be the ringmaster.
Yeah.
You know what, guys? Here's a question for you. Obviously I'm going to give Breezango the win here on this. Wouldn't you take the Usos and Roman Reigns and make them this angry Samoans?
No.
They could make them an actual force.
Exactly.
But the problem is they did it and they failed.
Did they?
It's been done. Yeah.
Zika Alpha don't count.
Aren't the Usos and Roman Reigns on different shows, though?
I don't know. Are they, Rick?
Not sure. I don't have the whole draft in front of me.
Well, you see, as they coming out, you look at the top of the Titantron, and it says SmackDown.
Oh, okay, so...
And in Roman Reigns on Raw?
Yeah.
I think they did that intentionally, again, to, switch things around.
Well, actually, Roman Reigns is on drugs, but I'm not going to bring that up. Oh, wait, I just did.
Actually, did anybody even say how he failed?
Adderall.
Adderall, really? That can be prescribed. Adderall can be legitimately prescribed.
You can just prescribe it over the counter or with a prescription.
But if the WWE would have known that he had legitimate prescription for it,
was it confirmed it was Adderall?
Would they have suspended him?
No. Well, hold on. Keep this in mind. Look what happened with Adam Rose. Adam Rose has a legitimate medication, but he overdid it. Adderall is very, very iffy. If you take too much, it'll sit in your blood system. So
yes, it will. And
that's where
withdrawals from it are a motherfucking bitch.
But you know what, though, guys? And keep this in mind. Roman Reigns is a dark horse in that match. So even though we don't think it's going to happen, it is quite possible. It depends on how they want to spin it.
Well, I'm putting my money on Dean Ambrose.
Oh, I'm staying with Dean Ambrose, but I'm saying he is the dark horse of the match. Don't rule him out.
That's just racist, because you're calling him the dark horse because he's the darker complected of the three. That's just racist.
Okay, can I say something about Breezango's ring gear?
Yeah.
Did they rob a 1970s porn set?
They might have, yeah.
Or Huggy Bear, one of the two. I'm not sure.
But at least it's not to make them look something like a team. But I don't know. I think they need different. When you mesh a team together, if they really want it to work, they have to have their own music and everything. Look at Beer Money. Beer Money worked because they encapsulated the whole gimmick. They didn't just say, okay, yeah, well, we're Beer Money and we're gonna walk down. We're gonna have the same. We'll pick your music, go pick my music. They had completely different music, and that's why that tag team worked.
Does Fandango have a tattoo?
Holy cow!
Guys, check out Fandango's chest. I think he's got a tattoo.
No, he doesn't have one. He has it on his arm, but not in his chest. Unless he printed a chest on his chest. You know, I gotta say the Breezango or Freezango or Febreze is doing really well as a tag team.
It's Brazongo.
Yeah, them fuckers.
And it looks like like he's got a tattoo over his left shoulder. I'm referring to Fandango.
Okay.
You know what, guys? If you look at these two, and I'm not talking about Breezango, they kind of remind me a little bit like, what is those kids' names? The ones that, the Young Bucks. That's what they remind me of.
Really? I wouldn't go that far.
As long as they don't do a super kick party, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, they remind me of basically a mimic of the
DX.
The Hardy Boys. That's exactly what these guys don't remind me of that at all. Believe it or not, actually, I like Tyler Breeze. I just don't like this gimmick.
I don't like those mops he wears on his boots.
Well, yeah, that's like an 80s thing.
Does anyone know what the Motor City Machine Guns are doing nowadays?
They're in Ring of Honor.
I mean, a team they split.
Yeah, they just got back, a couple months ago.
Do you reckon WWE might be contacting them anytime soon?
Possibly if they do a tag team classic. Because I've heard they're possibly doing that.
I loved them in TNA. I thought they were brilliant.
Yeah,
I agree.
They were great.
The problem with TNA was they got rid of all their good talent. They threw them all away.
They pissed them off.
Well, yeah, right. They didn't get rid of them. They pretty much lost them all for better. You know, people were getting tired of being paid in food stamps.
I agree. That's the point. Is instead of putting money in for Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair and this and that, they should have put that money into the guys that made TNA. And now TNA is just a sinking ship. It's only a matter of time.
I go on record and I say I said that many times.
Yeah.
You know, the very moment in the very match I said I don't want to see a super kick party out of one team. We see 3 super kicks back to back to back.
It's a super kick party.
I had the chance to watch Ring of Honor Best in the World where the Young Bucks are in the Bullet Club in a match.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, a rip-off of DX, and it looks like the only move they had in their moveset was the super kick, and saw about 9,000 super kicks out of them.
It's the gimmick.
I don't know what people see in the gimmick. I think it's kind of horrible.
Well, I think John Boy's gimmick's horrible, so.
It's all a matter of opinion.
Well, John Boy had to live on the Waltons.
No, not that John Boy.
Damn.
John Boy looked like he overgrown 6-year-old.
No idea what happened there.
It's Google Hangouts. Go figure.
Yeah.
When has Google ever done anything right?
Well, buying YouTube was a good idea on their part. Screwed everybody else, but it was a good idea on their part.
Wow. This is a pretty good match.
Shane Mauro isn't on the main card commentating tonight, main show.
Oh, wow. I got it.
Super kick number 4. Super kick number 5.
How far are you guys?
About to see top rope splash. He's being yanked off.
That's what she said.
Not going to repeat that. Knees to the midsection. And the finish.
That was pretty good. I even like that finish. Small package. Very classic.
That's one thing Marlon always brings to the table when he's on commentary. The ability to make anything, even something as lame as this, sound exciting and interesting.
Yeah.
See, don't you think this is a good thing for the Usos to turn heel, join their cousin Roman Reigns in heel?
Well, only if they were on the same show.
Imagine the heat Roman would get, though, if he came back after suspension and won a title. Imagine.
Yeah,
Oh, Alfie, just imagine the boos he's getting tonight any damn way.
I know.
That was about 6 minutes of my life I don't think I'll ever get back.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, actually, the match is pretty good. Very fluent. You know what's sad? This is what TNA used to have years ago. Action-packed tag team matches and X Division matches before they started paying everybody in food stamps and magic beans.
Here, take these beans. They're magical.
Take these mushrooms. They're magical. They'll make you some cutters.
That's why Eric Young talks the way he does.
Wow. Sorry, I was off the mic for a little bit. Did you guys catch that sloppy ending?
No, actually, it was pretty good. Into a splash.
Go ahead.
Into a splash and small package. Very nice.
But the small package was delayed. He handed them, and then he rolled them up. So technically, it wasn't really a counter. It was like it was intended to be a counter, but it was clear that the way they did it. So.
Mr. Critical.
I am critical. I won't lie to you. I'll tell you straight out.
You know, it's funny. You look at these guys doing the Shield promo, and they're wearing their Shield gear. Now you look at them today, and Ambrose and Rollins are wearing different outfits. Meanwhile, Reigns is still wearing his Shield outfit, even coming out to a modified Shield music. That has to change.
I agree.
What if we see something different out of him tonight?
Probably not. Because even when he did a video post last night, which posted a dark match, and he said, pretty in short, he goes, I'm coming to get my brothers. Hope they're ready. And he had the whole logo on and everything. The logo, I'm not so big on, but I do agree they need to change the music. And honestly, you know what, Joe, you have to admit, about a year and a half ago, when Shield was running strong, maybe a little over 2 years, we all said that one of these guys is going to fall, and that we picked Dean Ambrose. Turns out to be just the opposite. All three of these guys are now top in their roster.
Oh, yeah. But we all did call, every one of us, that Rollins was the best out of them.
Yes, absolutely.
We gave Reigns some credit, and we always put the Ambrose as the weak link, and it's odd. It turns out to be Reigns as the weak link.
Now, I just saw with Seth Rollins double across him, and you said, watch this, because he stepped behind him. I'm like, what are you talking about? Bang! See?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You called it a mile away.
Yep, I called it that day.
It's not even Reigns' fault. It's just horrible booking for him.
It's not horrible booking. It's just, you know what it is? It's one, they try to force him down our throats, and second...
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It's just the whole shoving it. If they, pushed him back and did what they did with, say, maybe Dean, or, had him in the somewhat main event picture, but don't have him so far that he's just becoming a Cena Mark II,
Well, let's be honest. You have to look for that Cena. You have to look for that next Hulk Hogan, the Bret Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah. You need that next big guy. And keep in mind, when these guys were pretty much running, roughshod, the internet and social media was nowhere near, as big as it is today. So it's harder to get over. It's harder to get big, because you have so many people who's just saying, who's giving these ideas. And I'm sorry, I actually like Roman Reigns. I do agree that his gimmick needs to change, but I think he has just as much as anybody else. Next, John Cena, he's definitely a front runner. I'd put him more like in the CM Punk area where he's going to win titles, but he's never going to be like that front face.
If I wanted to give like the next CM Punk, I'll give that to Dean Ambrose.
I'd say more like he reminds me again more of a Roddy Piper. Every time he does, he has that. I don't give a shit. I'll beat the shit out of you and take a beating. And he's just outright funny. He is entertaining.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Sharpie SC Rocks in the chat room. What's up? Just figured I would acknowledge him.
Now people are saying I'm crazy, but the one when the Rumble that Batista won, that should have been, they should have called it on the fly and had Roman win, because that would have been a legitimate. It would have been a home or a fan. Basically, I'm saying the fans would have accepted him. They were ready for Roman to be pushed at that point.
But when he won it the following year, they were tired of it.
Yeah, and everybody damn predicted that was what was going to happen. The word was he was going to win it. That Vince wanted him to win it. And anytime the phrase Vince wants this, the damn fans are going to turn against it.
Just switched over devices. Is this any good? This mic?
Sounds good. Yep. Sounds okay to me.
Yeah, good.
Wicked. Okay. I'm using 2 phones here.
Stereo.
One for the one for the Hangout and one for the network.
Yeah.
Like if you want, guys, I can put the feed in live.
No, thank you.
I literally could. I have a video capturing right now as we speak, and I can put it on. You sure, Billy?
You get me in so much trouble on YouTube.
See how that goes. And our streams will be in sync.
Well, you know what you do, Rick? Rick, you can't get in trouble if you put on your 2K16 or 2K15 and start playing it that way.
Yeah, but what's the point? Getting Billy in trouble is more fun.
Yeah.
Which kind of begs the question: have you seen people doing like these reaction videos with WWE videos in it
while they're talking and while watching it?
Yes. How are they getting away with that?
Honestly, I don't know.
There's some YouTube magic.
You know, they could be showing just parts of the match, not the whole thing. Like cut away to the people and then cut back to the match.
Yeah, but wouldn't showing any part of it be a violation of a copyright claim?
Billy, do you know how many videos I have from Raw, SmackDown, and pay-per-views? Video clips on the chat room.
Oh, well, that's just basically on Facebook. YouTube, I think, is an entirely different story.
It is.
It is, and I'll give you that. But another thing is, if you're smart, it's not how much, but like I would just do like a 30-minute segments. Or, I'm sorry, like 2 or 3 minute segments for each, and just say, boom, boom, boom. So who won the end of that match? The only problem with that is when you have them all broken up, you're really not, you're not gonna get the views for that one particular video.
Or you could do video capture and just take pictures of the results and put them up.
Yeah, but I've seen people do like a 2 or 3 minute videos where they actually show the video and them reacting to it, and I just don't get those types of videos because you're not really doing anything. You're just taking somebody else's content and you're just sitting in front of a camera making faces.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody's gonna have a gimmick.
The funny thing is, last month when they did Money in the Bank, a schmuck actually had the whole thing from start to finish. It got taken down within 24 hours. But again, he was like, it was just like
damage is done.
Well, the damage is not done, but what I was gonna say more of, it looked like it was a rogue account where he doesn't care whether he gets in trouble or not.
I think a lot of people do it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Double Z actually had a lot of trouble from WWE flagging his shit.
Yeah, because he has one channel where he puts up clips from WWE's past.
And funny enough, when I was starting to put the archives of controversies and scandals, though I did not know that there was a Muhammad Ali and somebody else in the clip thing, WWE caught it.
Ugh.
That's why that one's not up on my channel.
All right, we are live with Battlegrounds.
That's what I've learned to do. Is when we do the like shows. If I want to do like incorporate what we're talking about, I just take a still image.
Yeah.
Hey, they're opening it up with Charlotte and Dana.
Oh, so we're going to find out who the mystery partner is right away.
I'm putting my money on Naomi.
I hate to say it. I want it to be Bailey. I think it's going to be Mrs. Cena.
It might be Naomi. It might be Naomi because
I'm putting my money on Naomi.
I'm putting my money on Nikki Bella.
Has Paige been suspended?
No, she's just been underpushed.
Well,
because it could always be Paige.
Reed is looking well in his.
You know what? I never thought about Paige.
You know, I swear, Reed is looking more muscular every week.
Oh God!
Woo!
this is a tag team, right? Charlotte.
Yeah. No, Dana looks like she's just one sneeze away from losing her top.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
It sounds like that. We wish you had an allergy. Bright lights make me sneeze. And yeah, she is definitely busting out. Wow.
Well, Devontae, in the chat room, hold on, dude. You want to find out who Sasha Banks' mystery partner is going to be? Oh God, JBL on commentary. Oh, my head's going to hurt.
It's going to be a great night, Michael.
Oh, here comes the nanny. I mean, the boss. Oh, Mr. Sheffield.
Oh,
Mr. Sheffield.
It'd be funny how tag partner Snoop Dogg.
No, he couldn't pass a wilderness test.
I'm giving this one to Charlotte and Naomi.
Depends on who the partner is.
No, I think I'm going to give it because then they're going to build it up for SummerSlam as a match. I'm surprised that Sasha doesn't use that big rings as brass knuckles and hit people with it.
Well, technically she's face right now, so.
A lot of people were saying Trish Stratus as well. A lot of people.
I still remember her husband turning instant heel at her Hall of Fame speech.
Oh yeah.
Just by getting her pregnant. Insta heel.
Oh my God! It is.
Wait, hold on. Remember, you're ahead of us, Joe.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Oh my God!
Just say when you see it.
It's Trish, isn't it?
Nope. But she is in NXT, or I guess not anymore.
Oh, okay. It's everybody's like.
Oh my God!
Don't say any damn thing.
Say nothing.
From NXT.
Was Bailey.
No, I don't hate Bailey.
I hate a hug.
And the flailing arm tube man.
You know what? I gotta say, even though it wasn't Naomi, this was a great pick.
You know, when you said Naomi, I'm like, I thought maybe, but...
Yes, I knew they'd bring them out. Yes.
What, the little,
the
balloons?
Reed is not happy.
I don't care.
And you know what's funny? They actually got matching outfits.
Yeah?
At least the colors.
Yeah. That should have been a dead giveaway.
Well, we wouldn't know what color they were wearing.
Did you hear the pop Bailey got?
Yeah.
Because it's freaking Bailey.
You know, hopefully those strings on Dana's pants can hold together.
Or not.
All right.
And of course, a heelish way to start the match.
The right way to start the match. Damn, Reed, can't you kick better? I mean, Charlotte?
Is this a normal tag or tornado?
Normal tag.
I think my stream is like a minute behind yours. I am such poor internet.
I want to see the Bailey to belly.
You know, I never thought they were going to use Bailey. I completely dismissed it because of the fact that she's supposed to be having a push towards the NXT Women's Championship on NXT. So that's why I completely dismissed it.
Okay, I don't know if that was a botch or that was intended.
The elbow?
No, you'll see it.
Oh, damn. Now I see what you're talking about.
That was just straight up ugly.
Oh, yeah, that Hurricane Rana.
Yep.
That was a bad spot.
To me, that's almost like Charlotte didn't know how to take that.
Yeah, it's like she was like off kilter with it.
Yeah.
She didn't know how to.
Well, they're actually going to show a replay of it.
Oh no, not that angle, please.
Oh.
No.
Was it the camel toe angle?
No. Why was there a live action replay of Sasha Banks going into the turnbuckle? Why did that deserve a replay?
Because the other one was botched.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. They fucked up. They fucked up. They fucked up.
Little Beth Phoenix is holding well.
You mean the one that's not on steroids?
Maybe. A second hot tag of the night.
Well, you're further ahead than me. I'm still on the part with Dana Brooke burying the knee into the back of Sasha Banks. The chin lock.
Oh my god! Okay, you'll have to see the second botch.
Would it involve the two people I'm seeing in the ring right now, Bailey and Dana Brooke?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Joe must be like at least 2 or 3 minutes ahead of us.
Yeah, wait till you see that hit.
Oh! Yep, that elbow.
Yeah, now she's on the middle rope. Are you talking about when they ripped her off the top rope?
Yeah, you'll see it if it's on when she's in the corner.
Oh,
yeah. I've seen that before out of Bailey in a match. They've done that a few times with her.
So that's kind of like a signature bump.
Yeah,
it's like
in a sense.
Spot.
It's like the Bret Hart running into the corner. Chest
exactly.
First.
Yeah.
But that's dangerous because you can snap your neck that way.
Yeah. I mean, that's why they don't let Sami Zayn do the.
You got to admit, though, Joe, it's bumps like that. It's not going to hurt you in a matter of weeks, but over the years, you're going to have some serious neck problems.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Is it just me, or is the fact that they have Bailey in this match now that's made this match much more interesting to watch and talk about?
Yeah.
No. I think right now the main reason why it's such a hot topic is because she moved up, and a lot of fans wanted her to move up, and it was a matter of time that she was moved up. So if she was just wrestling, if she'd been on a run for the past 2 or 3 weeks, it wouldn't have been a discussion.
Wow.
The question is, does she work Monday or Tuesday?
I'm not sure.
She needs to go on the blue brand.
Well, why wouldn't she be on the brand with the women's championship on it?
That's true.
Joe, you need to refresh around things so you're not like 3 minutes ahead of us.
Man.
You're like a bad spoiler.
Ooh, good guy.
Ooh, that was I don't know if that was intentional, but that was kind of ugly.
The double clothesline spot?
Yeah.
They really stiffed each other in that one, though.
Yeah.
Ooh, like that knee that wasn't stiff.
Hot tag, what, number 3?
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah, hot tags are not supposed to be 3 times. That's why they call hot tags.
Ooh!
Lance, I take it you just saw the knee to the face?
Yeah.
Tell you one thing, the fans are behind this match.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing I know who's going to win, but I'm not going to say it.
By storyline-wise, I would give it to Sasha just to make a women's title match at SummerSlam.
Yes, but you know what, though? I'm going to call Bailey getting the win.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, they can progress the story from there, saying you've never beaten me, so... and that's if they're even going to be on the same... I don't know if they're going to be on the same roster, though. That's the only thing.
Have you guys noticed that even Charlotte walks like Flair in the ring?
Yeah.
That's her gimmick.
She really needs to just, I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Tell me when you guys are done. I already saw the finish.
Alright, hold on.
And I saw the finish.
All I gotta say is my prediction.
Devontae, how can you say Bailey didn't do anything in that match? Devontae in the chat room Devontae in the chat room says Bailey didn't do anything.
Well, what we got here is a hater.
If we have more than one person, been a couple of haters?
Yeah, a couple of haters.
I gotta say one thing. Bailey has now moved up, and she's actually now in a big regular WWE pay-per-view proved herself well.
I have a question.
And she looks Samoan? I think she looks Samoan.
No. Okay, now that we have the 4 horsewomen on the main roster, what are the odds we see a fatal 4-way for the women's title at 33?
If worked properly, yeah. Devonta said Bailey didn't impress him because she didn't even get the win.
She ain't the main focus of this. She ain't the main focus of this angle.
Who ain't the main focus?
Bailey.
Well, the idea
it's
is
Charlotte versus Sasha.
That's the concept. But she still got the win with the team. What the hell is this? Am I missing something here?
No.
Oh, she wants to do the hug thing.
Yeah, Bailey's the hugger. And damn it, now I want to hug.
I just want to watch.
Me get a hug? What the hell's wrong with you?
Oh, God.
I actually like these.
The back on the.
I like the roadster these.
I don't like the road stories. It's just
the ride-alongs. Yeah.
Yeah, I never liked them. They've tried really hard to like say, "Oh well, we're gonna have some real stories here," but they're all watered down and sugared down. I mean, I don't see, Jason Knight and New Jack talking about the story how they were, parked, and cops came out, thought they were gay lovers or something.
If you, and by the way, fans, if you want to hear that story, go to youtube.com/HCBR show.
And if you go to youtube.com, the classic night, look under CWA, you can see Jason Knight wrestling on as my heavyweight champion. Now,
so we're doing Wyatt's in the New Day next?
Yep. I got a question here. Did they draft all the Wyatts minus Bray?
So far,
or did they just take Rollins and Strowman? Because that could leave Harper to go with Bray.
No. The only one that's on Raw is Strowman.
Yeah, Rowan and Wyatt are on SmackDown.
So I wonder where Harper's going to go. If they're smart, they take him straight to
SmackDown.
Yep.
Well, I think what's going to happen is the whole roster is not officially split. There's some other under names which think they're going to wait for.
Slater.
Yeah, well, not even that, but just I can definitely see some trades going on. I think Bray staying by himself would be a good idea, and just have the Sheep Boys be a tag team over on Raw or SmackDown.
No, I gotta disagree, Rick. Rollins and Harper joining Bray would keep that one powerful stable at least on SmackDown, and Strowman could go on his own as whatever they make him into.
They make him a jobber.
A smaller Great Khali.
Yeah. He'd get his wins, he'd get his push, and then he'd be a big bitch to everybody else.
Yeah.
Look what they did with Mark Henry.
But worse yet, look what they did to the Great Khali.
Yeah, exactly. They were both former world champions, and then they got their ass kicked.
Oh, I'm sorry. That would make a great movie, great horror movie.
But if it was WWE, it would have to be outside WWE studios.
Oh, well, yeah, look at this. The New Day and the Wyatts are next.
Yep. Once you see a promo, you know what's next. Now, I think if Luke Harker comes back, I think he should come back as a singles wrestler because he did great on his own. When Eric Rowan was out and they kind of pushed Bray to the side and have him go singles, he was successful. You know, and I think he can carry himself.
You know what? That's true. As of Wednesday, the New Day are the longest reigning, as to date, tag team champions.
You know they were pushing that. They pushed that 2 months ago, and they said, "Oh, they're earning for 230 some odd day." I'm like, "Oh God, they gotta make that." Whenever they say that about a title, you know somebody's breaking a record.
Yeah.
It's a given. It's not even a spoiler.
Also, it just shows you that soon they're gonna lose it.
Yeah.
Devontae says he feels like he's watching Raw right now.
A little bit.
I'll still say this though: seeing Bailey on here was a nice surprise.
Hey, I have a question. Is this a tag team title match or just a 3-on-3?
6-man, yes.
6-man.
Ah, man, that would have been awesome if it was a tag team because I could have seen where this would have went, but okay.
But honestly, since this is the last time we're going to see the Wyatts together, that means they're going to be more dangerous than ever.
Wow, there's the Fireflies.
Well, wait, what did the hell did Big E just say? I literally have, even though I heard it, I'm still not processing it.
What, the Never Scared thing?
Yeah.
That's a song from 2003.
Oh. Okay. Damn. A new ring jacket for Bray Wyatt?
You know what? How long has Luke Harper been gone? Is this probably an opportunity for him to return?
It is a possibility because they said that he is. Well, he said about 2 weeks ago that he's ready to come back. So it's just a matter of him working out. And he could. If not, I could see him coming on for Raw or SmackDown and saying that, announcing that he's going to be on that roster.
Well, this is the opportunity tonight, Rick. Then for Braun Strowman to try to impress people.
That's going to be very hard to do. But as far as Luke Harper, it's a possibility. So what are we seeing here?
What could be true?
Well, we were talking about.
No, my kid brother was asking me a question.
Oh.
Sorry about that. Okay, didn't they do this on SmackDown Live? No, I guess not. God, did his foot just land on the face of Kofi Kingston?
Oh. You know, I can eventually see Zack Ryder beating Braun Strowman. That's how bad he is.
Yeah.
He's greener than Hulk shit.
Yeah. Or greener than Goose shit. Hell, he's greener than Eva Marie, and that's saying something.
Yeah.
I call her Christmas. She's red and green.
Okay, Lance, you and James are on my bucket list of people I'm going to kill before the year is up.
Did I mention Shucky Ducky Quack Quack?
You put a laughing remark on the chair shot video on the Facebook page.
Maybe he not so jabroni. And all I gotta say is, Billy, bring it on.
I'll bring the chair. Oh, wait.
And then you'll take. Oh, yeah, like I'm scared of that.
And you know what? I'm going to say this, and this is all seriousness. I told Billy what he should have done is get a chair. Every time he hits a wrestler with a chair, they sign it.
Yeah. Big Chair Shot World Tour.
You know what? I still say you missed the opportunity.
You know, there's a story on Facebook right now about Brock Lesnar and John Jones, and they will not be fined by UFC for failing drug tests.
Because it was an inhalant. He does have, you know, a breathing issue. Have you not realized that Brock fucking starts dripping sweat not even 30 seconds into the match? It's because of his breathing. Yeah, he does have a breathing issue, and that was a prescribed breathalyzer. But they did it before, after, because they knew that it would have registered. They didn't want any excuses. And then they tested him after he took the breathalyzer or the inhalant.
Watch this. Don, you know something on clothesline? Yes, I do. That puts something between Joe Frazier and Stan Hansen. What a right hook. That was a bad enough. Hey, welcome back. The 6'8", 400-pound Braun Strowman. Charismatic to many.
Oh, technical botch.
Tag team here.
I have returned. Had to make popcorn.
Hey, did you bring enough to share?
Sure, I'll take snapshots of it.
Well, you know what? You said you wanted to see a Bailey to Belly, and Big E just kind of did one.
Not what we were talking about.
I know.
And it's the wrong person.
Figured I would just split hairs right there. Man, Strowman just slapped the SHIT out of Xavier.
Like a bitch.
Was it just me or Strowman going over the top like that just looked really massively ugly?
Yeah. That's why I think it's a massive mistake taking him away from the Wyatt family. He is not ready.
That's what you call going ham on somebody.
This match is doing really well. Xavier's kicking ass. Oh God, guys! Wait till you see that bump Big E did. Oh, I think he hurt himself.
Just saw the top rope splash. Oh, dang. Oh, he came down on his head. He came down right on his head. Yeah.
Meanwhile, my other prediction came out true.
Oh, good God!
The titles were not on the line.
Alright, I'm finished. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah.
How about Big E landing on his head out on the outside?
That was a bad spot, yeah.
That's going to be in Botchamania.
You're lucky he didn't hurt himself.
He probably did.
Hold on, they're going to show a replay of it. Well, not from that angle. Well, for once in an angle, the Wyatt family didn't lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far I'm 0 for 2.
Whoa. Okay. A little bit of breaking news.
What you got?
And I'm seeing this on WrestlingFix.com. Simon Gotch off the road after fight with Sin Cara.
Ooh.
He fucked up.
Oh no, the U.S. title's on the line.
Now would this be the real piss break?
And to be honest with you, I don't know because it all depends on how they want to push it.
Well, at least we get to look at Lana. Damn. Damn and damn. Holy cleavage, Batman.
Hachi Machi.
And now, America, I ask you to please stand up and put your
I would stand up right now, Lana, but I'm afraid I'd be pointing in the wrong direction.
That thud you just heard was me hitting underneath the table. The next squeal you'll hear is the wife sitting on the lap.
Well, I'm standing up, but I don't have my hand on my heart right now.
Don't hurt yourself.
Well, yeah, if I hurt myself, I have to answer them and check shit.
You already did hurt yourself, Rick.
My ankle does not count.
Hey, what you did to your ankle?
Oh, I was trying to fix a phone, and I had another phone. Like I had to do a call block, and as I was doing, I was walking down the stairs, which I had no problem, but I misstepped one, and I fell down two stairs, and I twisted my ankle.
Damn.
Which is fine now. It was pretty much a minor sprain, which only lasted 2 days.
I see Woo is channeling his inner Macho Man.
I'm sorry, I'm still staring at Lana.
We all are.
What's more sad when Lana got more of a pop than both Zack Ryder and Rusev. It's Funaki!
No, that's not.
Oh, he's ripping off Del Wilkes' former gimmick. The Patriot?
No, that's more Macho.
Yeah, that's the Macho Man when he...
Oh, God.
Just less sequence.
Holy God, that Russian commentator, not the Oriental looking one.
You know what, guys? Zach's winning this match. He's winning the match.
Why do you say that?
Did you not see how he came out?
With the American flag thing?
Exactly. What's that say to you, U.S.?
Loser. I see it as a rematch at SummerSlam.
No. Maybe, but...
How many...
Like I said, either Zach is going to go over... who's fighting for the IC title?
Young.
What?
Darren Young.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, or Darren Young, so...
How I see it, they're both going... Either they're both going over or nobody's going over.
No, I think it's going to be one or the other. I think it's... I got this weird fucked up... really bad camera shot of fucking Zach's ass. Somebody's not gonna be happy with him in the back.
Woo, woo, woo. You know it.
I don't know it, but okay.
No, I'm saying that somebody's going to be pissed.
Oh yeah,
you know it.
Who was that giant guy, that tall guy, who was like, they call him the pure, like, perfect DNA and TNA?
Matt Morgan?
Yeah, that's how I see Zack Ryder. Except he's more losing. You know how I would have done this is kind of like Rocky vignettes when Rocky took on Dolph London.
Drago.
Exactly. I would have done it that he's working out. Zack Ryder's working out, trying to get his momentum going. Running in snow, whatever have you.
Yeah, but they don't do the cool vignettes anymore that much.
Yeah.
See that, and that's a bad thing because that's how you build characters. It's sad when the women's match was 10 times better than this.
Yeah.
Staring at Lana is 10 times better than this.
True.
They could just keep the cameras on Lana and the match would be a lot better. Rusev, we don't want to see that. Looks like you're butt humping.
You know what? I gotta say, those ground and pounds that Rusev did, they look harder than the ones that Brock did at UFC 200. How he won that match is beyond me. Aside from the fact of who he is. If that was a regular match, no way would he have won. If he wasn't had that notoriety, no way would he have won that match.
Which match?
The Brock Lesnar versus Mark Hunter, or whatever his name is.
Oh, the UFC fight?
Yeah, but I'm saying
that was a bought fight.
Yeah. Because I was saying that Rusev's ground and pounds look stronger than what Brock was doing through their match. Just punching, just hitting 1, 2, 3, 4. My fucking grandmother get hit harder than that shit. Those just show you that really should not make Brock this big monster because obviously small guys can take him out.
This is kind of my toss-up because I would like to give it to Zack, but I got to say Rusev.
I don't know why that I'm referencing this when I look at it, but for some reason, if there's kind of like a hidden Rocky reference in this match, if you think about it, I think it was Rocky 2 when Apollo Creed took on that Russian.
4.
Was 4? Is that when Apollo Creed died?
Yep.
Rocky 2 was a rematch.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
3 was Mr. T, 4 was Drago.
But you kind of get the reference.
Yeah.
It almost looks like they're trying to do a reference to that with both their gears.
That and there's the whole even before that the whole Russia versus U.S. thing that's been going on from a damn long time any damn way.
Man, you just got a shot of Lana in her dress. God damn.
Wow, that was a damn good move.
You're talking about the missile drop kick?
No, the one you'll see soon.
Okay. I still imagine that would have to be a hard spot to do on the floor.
I don't know. Depends on how much give that the mat has. It still sucks, but yeah.
Holy cow, Ryder's channeling his inner Hogan.
Well, you're ahead of me.
Well, not anymore.
Rusev was trying to put on the accolade from where my point of view. Well, he has the accolade on him.
And now he's just signaling for the accolade right now.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at.
It's in.
And it's over.
All right, it's still going on for me. Okay, now it's over.
Well, all that U.S. stuff and Ryder let us down.
You let us down, man.
Uh-oh. Who?
Wait, hold on. Remember, you're ahead of us, Joe.
Well, I see they got a new version of Ryback.
No, that's Mojo Rawling. That's
the Hype Bros.
Yeah, the Hype Bros.
Yeah, I know.
And he can actually work.
God, his career just went downhill.
No, actually, they got over like a son of a bitch in NXT.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I could not stand. Well, come on. NXT has like what, maybe 50 people at the most? I hope fucking Rusev just takes his motherfucker out.
Yeah, he reminds me of another Ryback.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, he's not roided out.
The reason why they did that, right? They needed a tag team.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they'll be the jobbers.
Well,
the Hype Bros, really? I mean, come on. Can they not come out with anything original? No, I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I God.
You know, the Cruiserweight Classic is just Spot Monkey Classic.
For those of you who are listening in, you can kind of figure out that Joe does not like modern day wrestling.
What we have here is a hater. And with the dude in the chat room, that makes it a couple of haters.
A couple of haters?
Yeah, Acapadas. How you doing?
Now I bet you grab all those cruiserweights and explain to them how to wrestle and psychology and ring presence, and they'll look at you like, huh? Me do flips.
Not all of them do flips, though. What is up, David Vieira? That's an interesting way to spell David. Deivid.
Yes, Steph.
A very confident Seth Rollins, but Byron and I was set for Roman to bring the WWE Championship to Monday Night Raw tomorrow night, Thursday afternoon on the Raw, WWE Championship coming to Raw. Look, I think your odds are right. I think very confident in Roman winning last night. There's hope all hail this girl, baby. But coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, longtime friend, now bitter enemy.
Also, they're doing Zayn and Owens next.
We share every life moment really together. We trust. Ladies, there at my wedding. I was in the hospital and his first son was born. Sami Zayn and his best friend, Kevin Owens. I would love to introduce you. We shared every life moment really together. Sami Zayn and his... Comes to a quarter. Enough is enough, Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens for the powerbomb. This is business versus person. Because I'm the one who entered him. I mean, this is the new way. You don't need to be done. The reason you didn't win the Royal Rumble match is because of me.
Anybody heard from Mandy?
No.
No.
Huh. What?
Well, hey, he probably watched that new Ghostbusters movie and fainted.
I actually saw that movie and I don't think it's as bad as people say it is.
Oh, trust me. My opinion is this shit had never been made that way.
I agree.
You know what? I'm going to go off a little bit on the wrestling here. The movie they pushed it too funny, and I'm going to save that for a DK retro video that I'm going to do. But I got to say, while we're looking at these endless vignettes, it's, they did it so politically correct, and it's not funny. They push the jokes way too much, and it's like with so much like issues going on in our world, you have a big black woman who portrays herself as ghetto. You know, that's typical stereotype.
I didn't see it that way.
And then you got everybody else who's just not funny.
I think people were going into the movie thinking they were going to see the female equivalents of the original characters. I think that's what people were expecting, and that's what they were all boo-hooing and wah-wahing about.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. You're a Trekkie fan, right?
No.
I thought you didn't like Star Wars or Star Trek. You don't like either one.
Oh, I thought you said Chucky.
No, Star Trek.
Yeah.
Trekker.
Okay. So let's put it this way. What if they took every single person out of there and made them all females?
I mean, like flip the genders of people?
No, exactly. The leader was exactly, all females.
If the story was put in a good creative way and it gelled, but listen, and if the story gelled with them, I wouldn't have an issue with that. If the story entertained me and it was a good overall movie and they performed it well, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like I don't have a problem with the Ghostbusters movie.
And I have to agree with Billy on that aspect. If it was other females doing it and the story was set properly, maybe them being the daughters of the originals or something like that, with more thought out, it probably would have been more funny and more entertaining.
And I do want to say this. All those three ladies are funny. If you guys ever watch SNL, they are hilarious. They are entertaining. I think it was just more the script writing that was terrible.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a reason the main people turned it down.
Well, now off the Ghostbusters thing, we'll let Andy deal with those ghosts. And we're now with, once again, for the, I guess, I lost count how many times, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens.
Now, here's the thing. I'm trying to count how many, whether these guys have had more matches or Cena and Orton's had more matches.
These guys.
I know they had two title matches in NXT. I know these two guys had.
Over the years, these guys.
Years, absolutely. I'm talking about in the WWE main roster.
Orton and Cena.
It put like this: they have a history that's longer than Orton and Cena outside of the WWE and here, and now coming into here, they have from NXT and here. But you know what? It's like they could put on a hell of a match. There's no denying that they are not. They are both talented guys. A credit to any roster. But it's time for them to end this feud right here tonight and move into a new direction.
Yeah, and if they want to revisit in the future, cool. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing these two guys go at Mania, but separate them for at least 6 months.
No, if anything, I'd like to see them as, if they do that, it's got to be a tag team. They've got to kind of put their differences aside and whatever, and then.
Oh hell yeah! They have a lot of tag team chemistry.
I wouldn't even be surprised if at the end of this they just kind of give each other the hug or whatever, because it's over.
Yeah, this match is being built as supposedly their last encounter.
Then again, they also have T-shirts saying "We will do this forever," or we are meant to do this forever.
But in that case, because they've been building it as like their last match, they've been building as how close of friends they were. You've never really seen that with any other kind of feud, despite whether they were, friends or not in the ring, or outside of the ring. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it ends out.
Covered by KO. And a kick out. Owens is trapped around the platform. All that show. He said the fact that the likes of Sami Zayn, Rusev, and The Miz, AJ Styles all being drafted before he was giant.
Well, these guys have had some good matches before.
Great matches.
Nobody's questioning the chemistry or how good these guys work together. It's just a matter of we've been watching this. Like I said, when they came up from NXT, it started, and it's been like that ever since.
It's time to break them up for now.
I'd say break them up for at least a year, and then, like I said, it's got to be a while before these two kind of come back again.
6 to a year. 6 to a year.
Hey, you guys saw the way Zayn took that bump off the chop? Would you kind of call that like a Matrix bump, because he kind of like stood there and then he went down. He was like bent over and like Matrix style, then he went down.
Well, yeah, because it was like it reminded me of earlier tonight when they tried to do the with the Usos and Breezango. They hit, Usos clearly hit the Vice Splash, and then it was a delayed, flip over, for the pin. So it was supposed to be a counter. It really wasn't a counter. It was like a counter. It was like, oops, hold on, let me roll over. This is, it was very sloppy in my book.
Oh. And when he was going down with that scent on it, he just caught his head. He didn't get the back.
Yeah.
Owens teased the kick, then he went to the side headlock.
I gotta say one thing. Since Kevin's been on the main roster, he has improved his ring skills. He's aware where the cameras are and antagonizes the fans. That's a mark of a guy who's learning how to work.
Honestly, I think that's just him getting comfortable in there.
Exactly.
Because I was a fan of him when he was Kevin Steen. And it was just him needing to get comfortable in there because, this is a lot bigger than our ROH crowd.
Yeah, but you know what, though? I think even though they changed his name from Kevin Steen to Kevin Owens,
same character.
I think it's the same character, but I think the reason why he had no problem doing it, one, is that he even admitted that he was a WWE mark for a lot of wrestlers, and that's pretty much what he wanted to do. So he probably said, "Yeah, sure, change my name. I don't care. This is where he wanted to get to. If it comes out the day that he gets released or whatever, he can still be Kevin Steen, and people will know who he is."
Yeah, kind of like if Sammy gets released, he can just put the mask back on, and people will know that's Zayn, but they'll also know it's El Generico.
I think the mask is done.
I don't know. Depends.
No, I'm guessing. I don't think Sami Zayn's his real name. I don't know his actual outside name.
I know, that was fine.
Yeah, that's something you have to Wikipedia. Wow.
Oh, Michael Cole actually called a move. I'm shocked.
Only even a blind squirrel gets in that. Remy Saber.
Yeah,
that is a Canadian name.
Yeah, he could probably do something.
Well, he is Arabic.
He could probably, if they came, they left. He could probably use Sammy.
Oh, a botch, major botch, gentlemen. Wait till you see it. I think he hurt himself.
Hold on. Is it after the ring?
Oh my God.
I think he hurt himself.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That was a bad fucking bump, and it's that shoulder too. Oh, hold on!
That shoulder, the surgically repaired shoulder.
Gentlemen, look at that elbow. Look at that elbow. It is protruding slightly.
Oh, hold on. Oh. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Maybe, I don't know. It might be botched.
No, it's not. Trust me, if he would have legit hurt, there's no way Owens would have thrown the arm in the ring post.
Like I said, that's why I think it's kayfabed.
That was a sick freaking spot, too.
Yeah, but the move wasn't. He really took a bad hitter.
Yeah. Jeez.
Look at his elbow, guys. Look at that elbow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
That is not right.
And he's still holding on to it.
Maybe it's one of those things where it just looks worse than it is.
I don't know. No, I can see it. It's protruding.
It's not like it's torn or anything, but it is loose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He might have fucking dislocated it.
No, he's probably just really bumped it, because he keeps holding on to it.
Yeah, because you can see right between his forearm and his elbow is, on the outside you can see that's swollen. He might have, I don't know, yeah, that's ugly.
I think that's like the 8th super kick of the night.
That's a smart thing what Kevin Owens is doing. Slow the match down, let the arm heal a little bit at least. Because if you notice, he's not putting pressure on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There should be more focus on the arm, Dustin, because that's where he took that hard hit. He's got the arm extended now. And he's still holding on to that arm. Yeah, that arm is bothering him.
Yeah.
Because it's like almost every chance he gets, he's holding on to that arm.
Hey, Lance.
Yo.
Keep an eye on the wrestling newscast, like PWI Insider. After this match, we'll know for sure if it's got injured.
Well, if they put something like that on, they're gonna put it on the Elite page.
I mean, he tore his shoulder working a match with John Cena and still finished the match.
Yeah.
He's still holding that arm.
Yeah. Yeah, that bad bump did something to that arm. There's no question about that.
The hell of a kick. Yeah.
Oh, not another spot on the apron.
Oh, yeah, he gets one more bump.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
It's like every ow, and ow. Just watching that was painful.
Then again, Sammy could just be fighting through the pain.
Yeah, but like I referenced earlier, I mean, he tore his shoulder in working a match with Cena and still finished the thing.
Actually, he fucked it up coming to the ring.
Yeah.
And then
I still don't understand how guys can take a bump on that part of the ring. That's like that's gonna like hurt like hell.
Oh yeah, I've taken bumps on that. That's not fun. That's pure steel under plywood with some padding. And that doesn't give. That doesn't give.
Yeah, you could watch it on the replay. Even after that spot, he's still holding on to that arm.
For a second, I thought it was a brain buster, but it's a suplex.
Yeah.
On the apron. I don't even think they allow brain busters anymore.
They
modified versions.
Yeah, but not the classic brain buster straight.
Like Coco and on Tully Blanchard used to do.
Yeah.
Hell no.
They call it a brain buster, but I'm like, no, that's kind of like a brain bruiser.
Billy?
Somebody from Twitter named the Hug Fairy just sent me a tweet saying hug.
Well, Bailey, it's a Bailey fan. By the way, Billy, another super kick.
That would be 9.
This is almost getting into the brother count.
Well, keep in mind.
Oh, that was ugly.
Owens almost did the RVD sell after that splash.
Yeah.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Is that a bullfrog splash?
Yeah.
Ribbit.
I hope Sammy didn't eat any tacos or beans before this match. Or that frog splash would have squeezed the air out of him.
Maybe that's why Owens is selling.
You know, no matter how many times we see super kick again, no matter how many times we've seen this, you know, this match is still, I gotta say, it's really, really good.
And that'd be number 10?
What the hell?
He didn't sell the half Nelson. He sold it on the second one.
I think he did sell it, he just rolled into it.
You're talking about the first one or the second one?
The first one.
Well, they're really working the crowd on this one.
Yep, just like they're supposed to.
See, there's number 1. You know, one thing I said in my Raw video about Dean Ambrose and Seth Rollins, when you have that match that keeps you sitting on the edge of your seat repeatedly and has that energy, that's the formula for a great match. And so far, Owens and Zayn has that.
Guys, will you call this match of the night?
It's possible.
Oh, yeah. Even my brothers over here are getting excited about this match. And the Hangout's getting a major dislikes on YouTube. I think people are expecting a free stream of Battleground 2016. Idiots. It doesn't say that in the title now, does it?
Say what?
I'm getting disliked on YouTube because of the fact I'm not showing Battleground on here.
Because he doesn't want his channel to get taken down.
Hold on, for those of you who are listening, head over to the group section of Facebook, and you can get at least the final clips. That's HWR chat room. Why? Because we're hardcore.
Oh, damn!
Hello, here it comes.
I just saw the first one.
Damn!
Listen to that crowd. It's almost like every fan in the arena is standing up right now.
They are. They're standing up like if they were Daniel Bryan.
Yeah. This was a damn good match.
Yeah.
I gotta say, out of everything we've seen so far, best match of the night.
Yeah.
Well, I get this best of the night plus follow up by the women's match second.
Yeah, that forearm is swelled. It looks like it's more of the forearm than the elbow.
Yeah, because, well, he landed on his forearm.
Well, guys, it's official. Corey Graves is on Monday Night Raw commentary.
He's taking JBL's spot.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and you know what? That's not really an improvement. I'm sorry. He looks like Vanilla Ice's fucking love child or something.
That's what I say. He's gonna break out and start doing Ice Ice Baby.
Yeah, the hairdo's gotta go because he's got like it flipped back like it's all nice, and then he's got like a mohawk and it's like, what's that, like a white collar mohawk?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, you know, it's something you could go in if you were working at like, you know, Wall Street and have that for a hairdo. You know, it's like, I don't know. I am so.
You're so not a Corey Graves guy.
Not he doesn't have it. I'm sorry, Booker T, Taz, and fucking and JBL could all work better than he could in one shot. You can't even touch them, and that's basically a compliment because they. I don't know. I know other people like him, but you know what? When he was over on NXT, he sounded like a fucking whining baby. He was trying to be like one minute he's trying to be the heel, next minute he's trying to be a baby face. Then he's yelling and screaming at his like co-guy saying, "Oh, will you shut up?" It's like I just don't like it, you know.
Second women's match of the night.
Yeah, the other one woman. I know there was 2 of them tonight.
Now, I think this would be technically the
This
piss
will be the
match.
sleeper match. Now Natalia's hot.
Yeah.
You know, she should laugh like her father.
If you're going to say grow a goatee, I think that would be physically impossible.
Depends on who it is.
Are they actually going to give... They might even give Charlotte this one because lately they've been shitting all over...
It's Becky Lynch.
Becky.
You mean
Yeah.
Natalia. You said Charlotte.
I'm sorry, you're right. But Becky Lynch has just been getting the fucking shit.
Yeah, Becky needs this win tonight.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I always thought that Natalia was just pretty much a stepping stone. You know,
well, let's face it. Natalia doesn't need the win in this match. Becky needs this win to bring her momentum back up.
But it bears a question. You're gonna wonder if some wrestlers say, "Hey, look, you know what? You know, they pull them aside and say, we know you're gonna be the jobbers. You know, you're gonna be the guys that's gonna pay it forward. You know, like guys like Big Show, guys like Natalia." Maybe even for you've got to ask that question. It's a legitimate question.
Well, you don't ask it; they just appoint you that position. So
it's not really a choice. It's like, hey, here you go.
Exactly.
Because I was wondering, maybe they just pulled them aside and said, look, you know.
No, never. You kind of get into that position where you know where your place is, and if you
either take it or don't take it.
Exactly. And then you find yourself on the unemployment line.
Well.
And you do give them little pushes, so they don't look that bad.
Exactly.
But
like I said, they're the stepping stones, which means they get push, then they get stomped. You know what I mean? It's like a 3-to-1, scenario.
Somewhere Stu Hart's going, that's my granddaughter day. Feeling good, eh?
Even though I'm dead,
It's cold in Canada, eh? In the ground.
Why am I ice,
She's a self-proclaimed.
Do you think on Stu Hart's tombstone it says here, rest in peace, Stu Hart, eh?
No comment.
I wouldn't go that far, but okay.
Well, it looks like Becky stuffed her bra.
Did she?
Yeah, because we know that's all Natalia and hers.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't look like she stuffed. She looks like they definitely put. I think it's the halter top that's definitely pushing them up.
Yeah.
Which is the intention, but.
Absolutely. Look, hard-working by nature, sneaky people. I approve of it. Why they were so successful. Our foundation, one of the greatest groups of all time.
Yeah, JBL knows Jim Neidhart very well. So does the Canadian police.
So does the Tampa police.
And the Food and Drug Administration.
Yeah.
You know, they could call. They say he's Alcoholics Anonymous, but then now they have Neidhart's Anonymous.
Wouldn't it be Anvil's Anonymous?
Nah. I have to say this is a better women's match of the night.
Yeah.
No, the women's tag match was much better.
Really, you think so?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was much more action than this one's kind of a little slow paced.
Well, no, what it is as you said before. I mean, you've said many times. This seems to be like a lot of like ground and pound matches, and then it slows down. We've seen this a lot, Joe. We've talked about how lately wrestlers are starting to slow down because of all the injuries.
Absolutely. Again, Becky needs to win this.
Absolutely.
Natalya does not need this match.
Yeah. Her career, like I said, she's pretty much the Chris Jericho of the ladies division.
Which that wouldn't be a bad stable, her and Chris Jericho. The Canadians.
No, I think, you know, like a male and female as a stable would never work. She would definitely be a like, you know, a manager or something maybe. But if they're gonna make it a stable, they have to bring 2 or 3 more people in, and I don't see any of the other Harts wanting a piece. Bret Hart, last when he came, was it Money in the Bank or was the one before that? Extreme Rules. He wanted nothing to do with this. He was like, yeah, I'm here. Give me my fucking paycheck. Let me get the fuck out of here.
Lance, if you bring an Elmo in, I'm going to kill you.
I'm not.
Bring who in?
Did he say Elmo?
That's what I said.
He did, but it's not that type of Elmo.
Elmo's World.
This Elmo smokes more weed than Rick does.
Wow. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or a insult.
A little bit of both.
I think, Billy, he's not one of your bigger fans.
He scares the crap out of me.
Speaking about Sesame Street
Wait a minute. He scares the hell out of you?
Yeah.
Do not forget the man named Reverend Jake Slayer. That was scary.
You haven't met Elmo yet, then, have you?
No, bring him in.
Well, it's not Elmo.
Oh. Is he in the chat room, or is he actually coming on the call?
He's coming in here.
Oh, all right.
This guy's actually building a guitar for Honky Tonk.
Really?
Yeah.
It's going to be here in Louisiana in October.
And you got to give Becky credit just being able to fight back into this match.
The fans needed this match. But I think they needed this match for the fans because they were like so emotionally involved in the last match that they needed to kind of give them some time to rest and take a break from that.
Yeah.
And so there was so little interest in the build in this match and what they've been doing so far that this is the perfect match to do it with.
Yeah. How's it going, Will?
Hey, how you doing, Lance? How's everybody doing out there now?
Pretty good, trying to stay awake for this match.
Stay awake. What time is it where you're at?
Well, it's this wrestling match that's putting me to sleep.
Yeah, a women's match and.
See, earlier we were talking about, and it's funny how conversations go, you know.
Hold on, I'm hearing a major echo. Sounds like somebody's talking through a trash can. Do we bring in Elmo or Oscar the Grouch?
This isn't Elmo, this is Will.
Oh, don't worry about this. This is just my hat of awesomeness. But it's
Elmo scares me.
Yeah, we were talking about the best tag team ever, and it's interesting on how many people don't bring up the Road Warriors, and I'm a big Road Warriors guy. Animal and Hawk are the best tag team, I think, team ever.
Don't get me wrong, they are legends, and I agree that they're legends, but if I had to give one, got to give it to the Dudley Boys, because you know what? They won titles everywhere. People can say what they want, but at the end of the day, the Dudleys are it.
I have to agree with this guy. Like, Dudley Boys are pretty fucking good, but at the same time, I only think they're good at, like, extreme rules, like any kind of, like, tables match or fucking TLCs or anything like that. I have to agree with him.
Where would you rate the Steiner brothers?
Steiners are fantastic. But see, I remember the Steiners when there was Alex. Remember, like he would talk to his hand. Remember, like in Alex, he would talk to his hand. And I remember that. But to me, well, I mean, there's been a lot of great tag team teams. There's been a lot of them.
Hold on, is everybody seeing is the end of this match over?
Yeah.
Yes.
Finally.
Unreal.
Again, they shit on Becky.
Yeah, like I said, it's.
I mean, but I don't even. It's almost like saying who's the best actor of all time, right? And it's troublesome because people start thinking about some of their favorite movies, right?
Yeah.
They start thinking about some of that. And I sit back and like when I grew up, I was watching. This is in the '80s and stuff before wrestling really became as popular as it is. And the Road Warriors always seem to be well. And I love the Hart Foundation. Hart Foundation's another one because let's face it, if it wasn't for the Hart Foundation, Bret Hart never would have got as far as he did.
Yeah, I thought of it like that.
Yeah, I mean, Jim the Anvil? Come on. Jim the Anvil plus Bret? I mean, the Hart Foundation was fantastic. That's where I started really liking the Hitman, but it was always the Road Warriors first. A little bit later on down the line, they started bringing up Demolition. I never liked Demolition, but some of the people that were a younger generation beneath me, they liked Demolition more than they liked the Road Warriors. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, how is this even possible, right? Like, it's almost like it's almost like saying Green Day is better than like Led Zeppelin or Van Halen or something. And I kind of looked at it like that.
Someone says that, and it's kind of like you need to get smacked in the face with a fucking baseball bat.
Perhaps.
There's one thing you can say about the topic is, it's like. When it comes to anything, everybody, it's like a butthole. Everybody has one,
Yeah, hold on. I got to stop for a second. Is it me or is Daniel Bryan to push it too way over the top right now lately? It's just, I get he was great before and he was doing that, but now he's spreading it on a bit thick. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah.
Oh, a little.
A little? I don't know. It's like...
I was trying to be kind.
Don't get me wrong, I have nothing but respect for Daniel Bryan, but you can always spread it too thick where it's like, okay, I like a little jelly with my peanut butter, please.
Will, what did you think about the Minnesota Wrecking Crew?
When you say Minnesota Wrecking Crew, that sounds
Ole and Arn Anderson.
Actually,
the Anderson.
There's two versions of the Minnesota Wrecking Crew. The original was Gene and Ole Anderson. Then you had the second version, which was Arn and Ole.
There was a lot of drama there was a lot of drama, actually, not only within the WWF, but also with the NWA and the others, that the Andersons would always end up creating.
Okay, was this like a shit segment?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Bob Backlund is out there with Darren Young.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God. If they push this guy over, don't mind me if I go over and puke, because I said it before and I'll say it again. When was Darren Young ever great?
And I told you it was that one Tuesday back in '95.
Yeah. I still think they dropped the ball when they got rid of Damian Sandow. Big mistake.
Well, the Andersons were never really, like, how should I put this, the main star. They were always like on the sideline in a sense, right? Like they were the ones that helped the drama along, but they were never the main star of it. Like, geez, and I'm not trying to slam them or nothing, but you know that was just the role that they were given. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. And the Andersons were, well, it's just like, geez, it's like going with the Von Erichs, if I can even go there. Right? If I can even go to the Von Erichs. So, like, I don't know, like, because this is the first time I've been in this hangout, so I'm not really sure if you guys are more of a WWF or, like, maybe like an NWA or whatever.
You're talking to a wrestling fan of 27 years.
Oh, okay. Right. There's certain people that had never really reached the pinnacle, I guess you could say, of like stardom, but they were always on the sidelines, right? And they helped move the drama in that direction. And the Andersons, I think, were always kind of like that. They were always kind of like there to help move forward that particular thing.
Pardon me, Mel. What the hell is Miz and Maurice wearing? What?
They're wearing actors'
Eyes Wide Shut and shit. They're looking like Eyes Wide Shut.
You know what?
They're wearing the actor's mask.
You know what? Let's put it this way. You talk about Eyes Wide Shut. If fucking Darren Young wins, I just want to keep my eyes shut, my ears shut, somebody plug my asshole up. Okay, I don't want.
Well, Darren Young might do that job.
What?
Darren Young might do that.
No, not like a butt plug would be acceptable. A dick is not acceptable. Thank you very much.
You know, I gotta say, Miz has a nice looking outfit, and Maurice is really great looking too tonight. I can see this belt not changing hands tonight.
Oh God, I hope not. I am like praying.
I predict the Miz for this
one. As much as I hate the Miz, I hate the storyline that with Darren Young is even more. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure the guy he's a good worker and everything, but this storyline just does not fit him at all.
It's the modern day Virgil. Remember when Virgil turned good? And they needed to teach him how to box and all that. That's what the scenario we're seeing out of Darren Young.
Well, let me. First of all, Virgil was awful. Virgil to me was almost like bringing in, like during the Brady Bunch. Every time that a failed series, it starts failing, they always bring the little kid in to try to like recuperate like the series. Virgil to me was kind of like that little kid.
Oliver.
Well, how about this one? Let me ask you this: what do you guys think about the offspring of very popular names? Or yeah, I guess you could say that. The offspring of very popular names coming in and trying to somehow live in the shadow, if you will.
You mean like Charlotte Ric Flair?
It does not
we could talk about Ric Flair. We could talk about Goldust. We could talk about a lot of them. But like Goldust.
There's only been 2 successful people that have made it in wrestling that were sons of wrestlers.
Randy Orton?
Yep.
No, I gotta say.
I disagree.
What about the RKO?
I gotta say it's Barry Windham, because Barry Windham moved up. He's won titles, and he was this figure. He was part of the most popular version of the Four Horsemen.
But Randy Orton, keep in mind, as much as I hate to say it, The Rock, they both came out as second and third generation wrestlers, and they've won titles. They made the success. The Rock, I hate it. Again, he's Dwayne Johnson. Look where he is now. He would not be where he is now if not for the WWF or WWE. But
I have to agree with you, dude. Like, fucking Randy Orton, in the beginning, I hated him so much. But now, like, he is probably one of the top superstars in the WWE right now.
Yeah, he's at legendary status. I think his career's going to wind down, similar to John Cena's.
I don't know. John Cena has been going down. Like in the beginning of I want to say like WrestleMania 21 to now, I would prefer him to be way back in the day. Like now it's just he's just all talk. Like I don't see a lot from him.
Well, the reason for that, well, again, like I said, his career is winding down. He's going to be going to part-time status pretty soon. That was a bad spot.
I gotta say this: is Bob Backlund managing the wrong person? Because I swear the Miz is like his son.
Like I said, they should have had Damien Sandow in this thing, and they would have had better chemistry, would have been funnier segments, and I would have been all over. Because for one thing, I love Damien Sandow. Everything that they've given him, everything they threw at him, he took it and he ran with it, and it was funny as hell.
Remember the dancing gimmick he was doing, coming out with the ribbon and everything like that?
You kidding me? Yeah, I even made a spoof video on that, which is over on our YouTube page, HWR Show.
Well, I got to tell you guys, I know Lance from the guitar community. We both talk about guitars, but we also talk about wrestling. I'm old school wrestling, right? And Hunter, my nephew here, he's new school wrestling. So a lot of the new guys you guys talk about, I'm not completely familiar with, right? He is. But when it comes to old school, that's what I specialize in, you know.
Well, I grew up watching. I've been watching wrestling for almost, I'd say, well over 35 years.
No kidding. So like when you first started watching, chances are, if it's 35 years, the chances are it was before it was really popular, right? And so you got to see like when Sting, what was actually before he was Sting. You got to see when the Ultimate Warrior was before the Ultimate Warrior.
The Dingo Warrior.
He's the Dingo Warrior.
Wrestling was great from 1984 up to 1990. That was pretty much the end of wrestling after that, because you had multiple territories. They were strong. There was national broadcast.
Yeah, they were all syndicated. So you had World Class Championship Wrestling. You had NWA. Smoky Mountain I never really saw, unfortunately, but there was the early WWF, and that I saw Hulk Hogan beat the Iron Sheik for the title. So that's how far back I go.
I saw that too, and I got to tell you, I got to ask the question because I know it pisses me the hell off. Don't you hate the fact that they had to change it to WWE because of the World Wildlife Federation?
Yeah, but you know what? Unfortunately, you can blame them for that, but let's be realistic. Who do we really want to blame for wrestling the way it's become today? WWE, because it is entertainment. It's sports entertainment. And, to me, it's like, whatever.
But even to this day, I still call it WWF, right? And you can call it WWE all you want, right? But to me, it's still WWF. And I don't know, I'm kind of old school this way, where it's like, who cares about the Wildlife Federation, right? Who cares about these guys, our foundation? Who cares about them?
Don't let Peter hear you say that.
Oh, damn.
Don't let Peter hear me. Right.
Then again, why would Peter be listening to my show right now?
Oh, well, it's okay because they're going to attack me. Don't worry. They'll attack me, and let them attack me. It's okay. But because, like, to me, it's always WWF. It's always going to be. It just bothers me that people have to change their name. The corporation has to change their name over some stupid stuff, you know.
You know, it is stupid, but unfortunately, that's just the way things work sometimes. Look at wrestlers. When wrestlers leave, they got to change their names. Unless if you own it, they have to change.
But wrestlers change their names a lot of times in order to how should I put this?
Copyright issues.
Copyright and contractual obligations.
I don't want to say necessarily copyright issues, but like for instance, earlier we were talking about Triple H, right? And at first, you know, Triple H was a guy that was basically a loser. He was going to lose in all of his matches. Nobody really cared about the guy. He was a nobody. And then a little bit later on down the line, he turns into like a superstar type thing. And a lot of times they'll do that. They'll change the person's name because God knows
but
you're not a lot.
You're not looking at the bigger picture. Okay, let's say Undertaker, legend, no question about it. Let's say tomorrow he went to TNA. Hypothetically, he couldn't use the name Undertaker. He could not be called the Undertaker. He could not be called the Dead Man.
Rick, can I interrupt you for 1 second? What in the hell are they doing with Backlund and Miz?
No idea.
Oh, what the...
Oh, God, we gonna start hugging?
Speaking of Undertaker, dude, I fucking hated how he lost his streak to Brock Lesnar. Like,
you know what? You're right. It should have been given to somebody else. Somebody else should have won it. They should have passed the torch to somebody else.
No, yeah, see, I agree with you because Brock Lesnar, like, he is in fucking MMA.
Wait, hold on. Are you seeing this shit?
But Brock Lesnar, if you're gonna lose, don't you think that you should lose to somebody that's like a real badass?
God, Backlund, keep the shirt on.
Oh no, God, no. For the love of God, no, damn it, no.
Like capabilities and everything. Like he can fucking, like he is good with the fucking punches. He's good with the fucking.
Right, but he was originally a collegiate wrestler. Right? He was Greco-Roman.
Yeah, but him getting into the MMA and everything, like, it totally ruined it. Like, I feel like they should have had someone else ruin his streak or, like, break his streak other than Brock Lesnar.
What's wrong with having somebody like Lesnar?
Because he has different fucking capabilities. Like, he has different...
Yeah,
like,
if somebody's going to beat the record, don't you think it should be somebody that is, like, considered, like, quality? Like, I mean, you don't want to have some chomp.
No, he already beat Brock Lesnar before, though, all right? And that was pretty good enough. Like, but Brock Lesnar, he had a fucking, like, he trained. He went in and he tried to actually defeat the legend and actually beat the streak. If it wasn't for Brock Lesnar, then the streak would have been kept going on. And
but you have to break the streak. You have
breaking news, Darren Young just went ham on The Miz, and now he's looking at his hands.
Well, yeah, but
hold on 1 second. I love to find the ending. I'm like, wait, hold on. Darren Young doesn't win, and Miz doesn't win. Great. Yeah, guess what? Everybody else wins.
Well, if you're gonna lose, don't you want to lose to somebody that's worthy of losing to? Like, you don't want to have some.
Wait. Neither one of them are worthy of being on the pay-per-view, let alone winning or losing.
Well, I think we're still aligning the discussion with Lesnar and The Undertaker.
He had two times to fucking try beating The Undertaker, right? Undertaker still won. I know Undertaker, he's getting old and shit, and he needs to, like, stop performing and everything. But at the same time, I feel like he shouldn't have lost to Brock Lesnar. I feel like he should have lost to someone a little bit better.
I agree.
Who?
Not some fucking, like, new guy. Like, I know Brock Lesnar came into, like, 2000.
Dude, Brock Lesnar's a monster.
No, I know he's a monster, but you need to think. He is just trying to destroy and trying to become the face of WWE. He's not going to become the face. But
who makes that decision? It's not Brock. It's McMahon.
No, you're wrong there. Hold on. It was The Undertaker who made that choice. Undertaker and Brock are very close friends. It was The Undertaker who said, I want to lose to him.
Really?
Yes, that is a fact.
Hold on. When did this happen? Because I didn't even think of this.
This happened a while ago because Undertaker is a legend. He's always talked to Vince, and he said, look, when I lose, I want to pick the person to lose. And Vince was pretty much on board with the whole situation. And keep in mind, he didn't beat The Undertaker. He beat an old Undertaker. I mean, and I'm sorry, Undertaker, he's riding on his own cake. He's like another Ric Flair and another Hulk Hogan. He cannot let go. He comes around once a year to get his fucking little spot. He wins, he loses. It's like, just go away. I wish you would just come out and say, hey, guys, you know me as Mark Calloway. Hangs out, he just drops all the stuff, says thank you, and leaves.
Right,
That's how it should be.
But who really decides that, right? It's McMahon that's going to decide that.
But Mr. McMahon, he lost the whole, like, he is the founder of WWE and all that shit, but he lost
if Undertaker
it was
not
basically
Triple H.
Triple H was basically, he took over what...
I got a beg to differ you on that, dude.
If he's not bringing in the crowds anymore, they gotta create drama. They gotta do something in order to pull a new crowd in to make them keep coming back. And the reality is you can't have the same person keep winning over and over and over. They tried it with Hogan, it didn't work.
Yeah, but actually with Hogan it did work.
Yeah.
You can
but
say
after a while people got bored. After a while people got bored of it.
Well, because he had the title for 4 years.
But that's my point.
4 years.
Yeah.
He had it for 4 years.
That's my point. That's my point. The thing is after a while, people start becoming like disenfranchised with it. They're like, I don't want to see this. So what you do is you create drama. You end up saying that I'm going to have Hogan lose, but I'm going to make sure that he loses unfairly. And then so when this ends up happening, the people will want to show up to see the title match where the person, he ends up getting it back or whatever. And you know, and the same thing, you have Undertaker, he keeps fucking winning over and over and over and over. People after a while started getting sick of this. And then so you end up
do you know how many people were shocked that Undertaker fucking lost that streak? Do you know how many people
they were shocked because they were used to him winning.
Okay, yeah, but
I pretty much expected it. I'm like, really? He won? I'm like, okay. it was just too obvious because, like I said before, that Undertaker approached Brock. If you remember when he was in UFC,
yeah,
he said legitimately, "Do you want to do this?" Meaning, do you want to come to WrestleMania and beat me?
No,
that was meant. He wanted that a couple of years ago.
And gentlemen, there's one thing you need to realize, though, about The Undertaker at that point. In his contract, I do believe Undertaker had full creative control over his contract. So it was Undertaker. It was not Vince McMahon's decision. It was Undertaker's decision.
Yes.
It was actually Undertaker's decision to lose at WrestleMania?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. No question about it, yes.
Holy shit. I actually didn't know this because I think I've been a wrestling fan since I was probably 6. All right, and so I grew up with John Cena, Randy Orton, fucking JBL, like Booker T, all of them. And I want to say like around when I turned 15, 16, I stopped watching it because I always fell asleep, woke up right at the ending. All right, because it got boring to me. Nothing was actually catching my interest. Yeah. But at the same time, Undertaker, anytime Undertaker came in to the like matches or anything, I know it was very low and he didn't show up that much. It bothered me, you know, because he brought a new entertainment to me at least. Always fucking jumping off the fucking top rope, fucking just like dive into that person, you know, fucking old school, like everything. Like I feel like Undertaker still, even though it was his choice to lose to Brock Lesnar, I feel like he should have at least put a little bit more into trying to defeat him, you know?
Can you really even say it was his choice to lose to him when he's not the one that's calling the shots?
No, it was.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was the one calling the shots because, like I said a minute ago, Undertaker has full creative control over his character. It's written into his Legends contract.
Yeah, like at the time, like, okay, so they were saying that Vince McMahon, everyone, like, they weren't having the shots at all. It was all Undertaker because
well, if that's the case, then why are you second guessing his decision?
Because I feel like Brock Lesnar wasn't the person that he should have lost to.
Who should he have lost to then?
I need a second.
Who should he have lost to?
I think that's what a lot of people in the IWC on YouTube have been.
Lose to?
I think that's what a lot of people on YouTube in the wrestling community that I'm a part of really speculate on. And if it wasn't Brock Lesnar, who would be the appropriate person to have the Undertaker lose to? And there's not a real general consensus of one person that everybody can agree on, because people would say Barrett, people would say Bray Wyatt, some people would say
Bray Wyatt. No, hold on, I need to cut you off right there. Fucking, if Undertaker lost to Bray Wyatt, I would have lost all fucking. Actually, no, hold on, let me take this back. Bray Wyatt, I feel like is gonna try becoming the new Undertaker, because you know how his whole look is, and how he's kind of like the new kind of like evil guy, and like how he always has like that little kind of like shake up stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Bray Wyatt is going to try to become the new Undertaker, but at the same time, he's not going to do the best of job as Undertaker has done for.
Okay, that was weird. Okay, guys, here's a question of the night. How many lines of cocaine has Enzo done?
I didn't even understand a word you said.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, repeat what you said.
Enzo Mori is high on crack cocaine and coffee.
No, see, you did know. No, the question is this: how many lines of coke did he do before he walked in?
Who did coke?
Enzo.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You know the high energy guy in Enzo and Cass.
But I mean, that kind of question is somewhat loaded. And the reason why is because there's a lot of people that are in professional wrestling that are on something. I mean, this has been going on since the 80s.
Well.
Yeah, but he was making a joke.
I was trying to be funny. It was a bad joke.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick up that because I'm not familiar with you too much, and because of that, I haven't quite got grasp of your sense of humor yet.
But believe me, yeah, I'm always fucking around, so.
Oh, you don't know me then.
I actually have a serious question. So out of the WWE, not WWF, but like in the new generation, who was like the best tag team? Like would you have to say like Rated RKO, fucking
Nope. Beer Money.
Who?
He said WWE.
Oh, WWE. Oh, okay.
Like I'm saying that's. Fuck, I'm trying to think of like the.
I would put D-Generation X in that category.
No. Okay. No. See, D-Generation X, they were kind of like in the back, like in the past still, because you have to think that Shawn Michaels, he wasn't all within God and everything, like he wasn't the actual Shawn Michaels that everyone knows now. Like he's all praising God and all that shit. Like he was still kind of like a badass. And kind of like in the bad mode, D-Generation X, I have to admit, they were one of the best fucking tag teams, hands down. But at the same time, I'm trying to talk about like WWE, like
within the past 10 years, maybe.
Yeah, let's say 10 years.
Let me see. Who can I honestly say I really liked as a tag team? Because there was a lot of mesh tag teams. Like I said, there was, Hell Though. There was the Rated RKO. Miz and Morrison was alright.
Yeah.
I hated the Miz and Morrison.
Well, you know what's funny about this is I remember one night, Lance and I were talking.
Yeah.
And it was in a guitar hangout. And we started talking about wrestling. And
everybody's like, what?
Yeah, they get turned off by it. But to me, I'm sitting there, I'm like, hey, I'm trying to reach a friend. Right? And I started talking about one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, and I remember what you said. You said Shawn Michaels. And I was offended.
Still to this day. I'm staying by that.
Greatest fucking entertainment
Absolutely ever. Not.
Are you kidding me? He was fucking Mr. WrestleMania.
He's not Mr. No. I'm old school.
Doesn't mean shit.
No, it does mean plenty of shit, right? I understand why people like Shawn Michaels. I get it, right? But the reality is you cannot ignore the people that were before, right? And perhaps it's almost like if you ask somebody who's your favorite musician, and then somebody might look at somebody that's fairly new, somebody that's been in the mix for maybe 10 years. And then you go back in the 50s or 60s, somebody might say Elvis, or somebody might say Jimi Hendrix, or Led Zeppelin. And I'm one of those guys.
I'd say Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd.
I hate to break up this conversation, but what in the hell am I watching?
Floyd, Led Zeppelin,
like I said, he must be on some. He gotta be on cocaine. I say he has to at least done an 8-ball tonight.
Yeah. Yes.
But Shawn Michaels, I just no, I just can't because because I have seen the precursor. I have seen what happened before Shawn Michaels. I lived it. I was there, and because of that, I can't accept it.
You like new Shawn Michaels, like when he became all like.
It doesn't make a difference.
No, it does make a difference because when he was all like.
Yeah, you did. You're winding the whole problem.
Like what's happening.
It's about the character.
I got the remote.
That's what I'm saying. So do you like new Shawn Michaels or old Shawn Michaels? Because as soon as he became.
Well, if you go old, the old Shawn Michaels is always going to be the loser because. At first, they're always doing that with the new characters. They're always making them losers.
Yeah, but you also have to think of his actual personal life because he was actually doing drugs. He was always getting into bad shit. He wasn't listening to his best friend Triple H and everything. You know, like
yeah, but his best friend Triple H. I mean, look at the contact that he has and the relationship he has with the McMahons and everything.
Okay, no, that's only because he wants to try to get money now. You have to think Triple H now is such a total bitch. I fucking rather have him as the king, the game, the fucking motherfucker
for a while there, Triple H was owning that shit.
Yeah, he was fucking I feel like Triple H. I don't know about you guys. I feel like Triple H should have been the fucking face of WWE.
For a period, he was.
For how long was he?
In the Attitude Era, when there was like. A year, he basically lost the belt, got the belt back. Lost the belt, got the belt back. Lost the belt, got the belt back. Towards the end of the Attitude Era.
Dude, I have to say Triple H is probably one of my fucking favorite wrestlers, hands down. Before he shaved his head and became what would you say, like the actual, fuck, I can't say.
Poster boy for birth control?
No.
Poster boy for birth control.
No. Like.
Number 2 in command.
Yeah.
Exactly. I hate to break it. Yeah, I know you said you think he's in control. As long as Vince has breath in his body, he still has final say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hold on, I have to go to the bathroom real quick.
You do what you got to do.
Yeah, you guys continue talking.
We're going to talk man talk. That's my nephew. That's my nephew. And you know, it's funny because I have a bunch of old wrestling paraphernalia, and I said, you know, you can have whatever you want. And so he started taking a bunch of the old cards and stuff. I still have. What do they call them? It's not menus. It's what do they call it? It's not pamphlets. It's the stuff that when you go to like
programs.
Yeah. I have the original program from WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, and I said you can have those if you want them because I'm not going to do nothing with them. Maybe you'll like them. You know, and I gave him a bunch of cards and stuff like that. And it's just really funny because we sat back and like I said, I'm old school, and because of this, we get into arguments, right, over like who's the best at this, who's the best at that, and it really is almost like a movie, and like, well, who's going to be who are the McMahons really going to be trying to upstage everybody else? And in a sense, it's almost unfair, like because there's a lot of fantastic wrestlers that just never got the chance. because it just didn't sit well with those in charge, you know. And that's how I look at it, at least.
Well, it's not just that. You also have to factor in, you know, their performance, how well they're over with the crowd, you know, how creative is their gimmick, and how well they perform inside the ring. It's not just, you know, if they're you know, over with the guys in the back or the guy in charge. It's you have to factor in all of those that into the equation.
Right, but who ultimately is in charge of making sure that the crowd responds, right? Like who's in charge of that particular character and promoting that character? It's a product, right? It's a product. So once again, it gets to the McMahon. McMahon.
Well, it sounded like he was saying something and then he just went off. Wait, did somebody mute? I think he had his mic muted.
Who?
Will.
Oh, I don't know.
All
right, Will, you have to unmute your mic.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure why that even happened. I'm sorry.
I know.
But no, I'm just saying. Ultimately, I think I'm being censored by the McMahons. Right? But ultimately, I'm just saying it's like you know, the people that own it, the people that run it, are really going to be the ones that decide who's going to be the winners, who's going to be the losers, who's going to be promoted. Who, you know, it's a product.
It's because they want more money. Like
well, yeah, but I mean, and you can judge it by how the crowd reacts. But at the same time, you can alter the way that the crowd reacts, and it's a soap opera, you know. And there's a lot of fantastic wrestlers that I think could actually outdo other wrestlers that have made it. But the problem is, I'm not in charge, right? I'm not in charge of this, and I don't think the crowd is necessarily in charge of it either.
But there's a flaw in that. There is a fatal flaw in that type of thinking, especially when you're in the entertainment industry. Your job is to entertain the crowd. You cannot put a product out there that's not over with the crowd, because then you don't sell the seats, you don't sell tickets, you don't make money in that any form. The product is definitely 100% has to be supported by the crowd, and if the crowd isn't into it, then regardless of what the main figureheads, you know, think of the guy, they're just not going to go over, and fans are just not going to care about the guy.
Well, hold on, let me stop you right there. Look at John Cena. How many people are hated by John Cena? Look where he is. Make no mistake.
Well, I'm not talking about any guy in particular, but I'm talking about performance, storylines, and stuff like that.
I agree. But
what about if you don't mind me interjecting here? What about things like Iron Sheik, Nikolai Volkov? Neither one of them wanted to be the bad guy. Neither one of them wanted to be the bad guy. But because the McMahons understood at the time with the Cold War that nothing would be better to have these guys be the bad guys. So you end up having the Middle East plus Russia. And these are who everybody hated culturally. So they ended up pushing the product. These are the guys that you hate the most, right? Yeah. And they pushed it, and they pushed it, and they pushed it. And it ended up working. And even though both of them, neither really one of them wanted that. Neither one of them wanted it. But that's what was pushed.
Yeah, but respectively, the wrestling business in the 1980s was a much different product and a much different industry than what the wrestling business is today. It would have evolved too.
For one thing, I don't consider WWE a wrestling promotion. They're a wrestling corporation. Billy, I will agree with you that in the past, yes, it's a different thing. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the higher ups. And back then, Vince McMahon. Vince says, "This is what I want you to do. You're going to do this." When he saw Mark Calloway, first thing he said, "You're the Undertaker." And I'm going to be honest with you. When I first saw Taker, I'm like, "This guy's he's a joke. This guy's going to go nowhere." And look where he is today. He's a legend.
You didn't.
But again, it came down to Vince pushing him.
Yeah,
you didn't think Undertaker was going to be anything like when you saw like because I'm pretty sure he debuted in WrestleMania.
No, Survivor Series 1990.
Survivor Series, yes. He was a mystery guest.
Right, but who decides whether who's going to win or who's going to lose and who's going to make it? Right? Because there's a lot of fantastic wrestlers out there. But the reality is if you're not going to make it, it has nothing to do with your skill and talent or anything. It has to do with who higher up likes you.
Well, keep in mind, there's another issue with today's wrestling. I'm not talking back then when Vince had full control and he was really involved. Now he's not. Now you got all these creative writers who don't know shit about the business because most of them were fucking came from different story writers, so they didn't really know the wrestling aspect.
Isn't Road Dogg the head of creative?
He's part of creative.
Relations.
But ultimately, like this is the thing. Is back in the day, I know what you say. You keep saying back in the day, and I get that. But what's really different about now and back in the day, other than it's more refined?
I wouldn't say more refined. I think the fact is that it's social media. Without social media, without the internet, it was a totally different beast. There's that song, "Video Killed the Radio Stars." Well, the internet killed the wrestling stars.
How?
True.
How?
The dirt sheets and stuff like that.
How the internet could be a tool to promote? How did it kill?
Well, for one thing, you had all the documentaries. That was pretty much the start of the fall. When Vince McMahon authorized to do that documentary where they started showing all the secrets. Now,
Beyond the Mat.
Yeah. Now, one thing with me, why I seem to follow, I don't really follow the matches themselves. I like to follow what goes on behind the ring, what goes behind the curtain. All the politics. That's really what I really take a look at now. You got to look at the politics in the back and say who could possibly win, who's going to lose, and why. And because we all know this is set up. It's who the WWE wants to push over, and how they're going to do, and what angle they're going to do.
Right, but I mean, it gets almost into a soap opera.
Well, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly who the writers are. Writers are soap opera writers. Some of them were.
Exactly. And that's the kind of the whole point that I'm pushing here is who's going to be a winner, who's going to be a loser is decided upon people not by their skill or talent or anything like that. It's by the higher ups.
Absolutely, it's politics.
Absolutely. The Undertaker, the only reason why he was undefeated for as long as he was is not because he was the greatest wrestler ever. It's because the higher ups basically decided this is the direction we're going to go because it sells.
Well, and again, he's evolved over the years. You take wrestlers. I'm going to tell you, Stone Cold Steve, when he was stunning Steve Austin, I'm like, who's this loser? And then he came over as the ringmaster, which again I didn't think much of. But when he finally did the Attitude Era and he said Stone Cold Austin 316 said I just kicked your ass, that was it. That's what made him. That's how he evolved. I've seen wrestlers evolve, to move up, and then the same wrestlers move down. Look at Dolph Ziggler. He's a 2-time world champion, but between both their title reigns, it didn't even last 3 months.
Well, it's also, but that's also judging on the crowd's reaction. It's judging on what sells, right? I mean, because like if you've got somebody, fantastic wrestler, right, puts on a great show. Reality is, it's not filling up the stadiums. People don't want to see this person win. It doesn't matter how good of a wrestler they are. They're going to make sure that guy gets put to the sideline. They're going to bring somebody in that brings in the crowd.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's the way it is. It's almost like people don't care about the skill and the talent. People care about who's likable.
Yeah.
I mean, we can look at even Macho Man Randy Savage. Before he ended up the WWF, he was kind of a nobody for the most part. Just like Ultimate War, just like Sting, just like all these other guys. They were kind of nobodies for the most part. And but as soon as they got into WWF, man, huge persona. They promoted them. They really promoted them, talking about how great they were. And this is what made them what they were. And it's always the people upstairs. It's always the people upstairs. And it's unfortunate, but that's the reality. Sometimes I sit back and I look at some of the wrestlers that were very popular and go, how in the fuck did they ever make it like this far? I mean, for instance, there's nothing special about, and I'm going old school, there's nothing special about Coco Beware. Oh, well, you don't remember.
Oh, damn, he just said who.
Yeah. What about Junkyard Dog? Junkyard Dog, there was nothing special about Junkyard Dog. Right? There's a lot. We could go back. We could go even though Lanny Poffo, right? Even though he's Macho Man's brother, there's nothing special about him, right? And who promoted them to make them what they are, right? It sure as hell wasn't their skill or talent. It sure as hell wasn't. Now Jimmy Superfly Snuka. He was doing some stuff that nobody else was really doing at the time.
Top rope and everything.
Well, yeah, he was a fantastic wrestler at the time. He was an acrobat and all that other stuff. He was doing that stuff before everybody else. Nowadays, they're all like gymnastics and shit. They're all jumping around doing all sorts of stuff. Back in the day, nobody else was doing it.
Dude, I have to agree with you because like back in the day, everyone was fucking built. They didn't even really think about going high up. They just wanted to have the fucking power.
There was a fight.
Yeah, but now it's just like, dude, if I can fucking do like a backflip and
just showing off.
Yeah, they're just trying to. They're like now it's just about what they can catch the eye for and what they're trying to actually get the attention for. You know, like instead of actually just like because for Ultimate Warrior and Sting, you showed me a fucking video.
Right.
They were fucking built. Like they had fucking muscle. Now you don't see a lot of people like that. You just see fucking skinny guys just kind of like ripped.
Well,
and now
yeah, but at the same time, the WWE or WWF, whatever you want to call it, has been catching a lot of grief because of all the people that have been dying at early ages in their 40s of heart failure and things, steroid abuse, as well as different types of drug abuse and things like that. Actually, they don't want to catch that shit anymore.
One person I had to actually bring up because I don't think my uncle knows. Do you guys remember Umaga?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I feel like if he was still around and he didn't die because of drugs and everything, I feel like he could have been one of the meanest motherfuckers in WWE today. Like, he was one mean motherfucker. I know, like, his whole persona was fake and everything and what he was doing because, like, he could speak English and all that shit. But what he was doing and how he just fucking could take hits and fucking just, like, come back from anything, he was a mean, like, I hated him when I was a kid, but now that I'm thinking of it, he was a fucking mean
He probably would have been gone by now.
He would have been gone by now?
Probably. Careers, besides guys like John Cena, they don't last that long. Umaga was...
Well, Lance, why do you think John Cena has lasted as long as he's lasted?
He's basically in Vince McMahon's back pocket.
No, yeah. See, I have to agree. Your name is Lance.
Money.
Right?
Yeah. The money.
Yeah.
Lance?
See, I think the reason why John Cena has lasted as long as he did, or as he has, is because he's a good-looking guy.
No. It's not because he's a good-looking guy. It's because
that is part of it. That is part of it.
Because, I mean, to me, it's like Backstreet Boys, right? You're selling a good-looking guy. Oh, and you can get girls to watch and shit.
But you have to think of this.
That is true.
How many girls liked Bautista, you know? Like, what happened to him?
Well, how many girls like Junkyard Dog or fucking Kamala?
Okay.
I mean, the reality is John Cena's a good-looking guy. He's the American boy, right?
Mm-hmm. And
Brock Lesnar looks like the goddamn German SS guy, right? Right. That's the thing about Brock Lesnar. He's a goddamn monster.
He just looked corn-fed.
Yeah, and that motherfucker is a mean bastard. But I gotta tell you, when you see him in interviews, he's one of the nicest guys ever. Nice as could be. He was properly raised, you know. But I sat back and I see this shit, and I'm just like, okay, what makes the people as popular as they are? Hulk Hogan. What made Hulk Hogan popular? Rocky III. Rocky III is what made Hulk Hogan popular. That's what brought fucking wrestling into the fucking mainstream thing where everybody started watching it was because of fucking Rocky III. And they kept using
the highly patriotic type gimmick when the highly patriotic thing was going down in America.
Right, because it was during the end of the Cold War.
Yeah.
Right? And he's like, I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. Remember that shit? Every time he would enter the fucking ring.
You know what the funny thing is? That song, you know what that song was originally said for?
Who?
It was not for, Barry Windham and Mike Rotunda. That
Dude,
was their song.
Was it really for Barry Windham?
Barry Windham
and Mike Rotunda, because their tag team named around that time in the World Wrestling Federation, they were the U.S. Express.
Yes, and then what happened is I think Barry Windham there was something that happened for some reason they left, and then all of a sudden Hulk Hogan got, because at the time Hulk Hogan was coming out to the Eye of the Tiger, which made him popular from Rocky III.
Well, also, during this time, do you guys remember that during that time, the WWF had that fucking album where all the singers,
yes.
all the wrestlers sang shit. You had fucking Jimmy Hart singing shit.
Vince McMahon even had a song there.
What?
Vince McMahon had a song? What was that song?
Yeah. Oh god, now you make me think about it. Hold on.
Oh, they'll reference it a couple every now and then.
It was.
Stand up. Or stand up or stand back.
Stand back. Stand back.
Yeah, and you know, back in the day, I sit back and I'm like, well, unfortunately, I sit back and to me, it's almost like fucking pro football athletes that had been forgotten. You know, Paul Orndorff was fantastic. You know.
No, he was wonderful.
Well, he was Mr. Wonderful, if you don't mind me saying so, Lance.
No, there's only one Mr. Wonderful, and that's Paul Orndorff.
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful, Paul Orndorff. And it was funny because when Hogan would talk about him, he'd go, Orndorff. It's like, well, it's Orndorff, but it's cool. Don't worry about it.
Orndorff actually believed at one point he should have been where Hulk Hogan was. And I don't know. He was a good wrestler, but he couldn't sell a promo to save his life.
Oh, no. But you're right. But the thing is Orndorff and Roddy Piper together, that was so fantastic. And that could have gone somewhere.
That was Orton.
No, there was a time that Orndorff and Piper were together.
Okay.
And I want to say that there was a time that when they were together, they were fighting Hogan and Macho Man. Randy Orton, I think it was Randy Orton, when he pretended that he had a broken arm.
That's Cowboy Bob.
Okay, Cowboy Bob Orton. Yeah.
Randy Orton's his son.
Okay. And he pretended that he had a broken arm when he didn't have a broken arm, just so he could use a cast to fucking smash people in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That was definitely his dad.
Yeah. Well, see, I told you I'm old school. I don't remember. I don't know this new shit.
No, yeah.
It is what it is. Right. But the thing is during that time, Orndorff and Piper, there was a short term that they were a tag team. Would have been perfect. A little bit later on down the line, you got Macho Man and Hogan being a tag team. You got fucking Hogan as well as Piper even being a tag team.
Wait, Hogan and Piper were...
Yeah, Hogan and Piper fucking did that shit for a while. Hogan and Macho Man, everything was cool until the whole Elizabeth thing happened. Right? And I gotta tell you guys, I love Iron Sheik on Howard Stern.
I mean,
I love Howard. I love Iron Sheik. Mr. Howard, yeah. I love that shit, right? I love it, right? Because he's like, he doesn't even realize where he is.
he don't do
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, you are worse than Michael Jackson. You are fog. You are the worst. I love that shit. It's the greatest because he doesn't even know that he's like live. Like he doesn't even know. Like he's gone.
If you guys haven't seen that, you have to look it up.
We've seen it. We've seen it.
It's fantastic. I love that shit. But you know, to me, like old school wrestling, best wrestlings because it was before it was really tainted by corporate interests. You know, and corporate interests, I think, has kind of ruined it. By the way, Lance and I we were talking about Prince died, right? The same day, same week that Prince died, China died. Everybody completely forgot about China. And I'm
let's be honest for a second. You know, let's put China's, you know, her dark history in the past. But even if she was one of the, you know, she definitely was a front runner of what women should be today. She set the mark. She always have. She always will. But Prince, you know, Prince was elected.
I'm not saying that they're equal. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that when it came to China, China really did add a lot to something that wasn't there before.
She did a lot that fucking.
And yeah, and she should be given props. But her death was overshadowed by Prince's. Just like when Michael Jackson died, there was somebody else that died at the same time. I can't remember. Farrah Fawcett. Yeah. And Farrah Fawcett, thank you. Goddamn, Lance, you're on point. You're on point, dude. Like the thing is she was overshadowed, but once again, you know, Michael Jackson, his death was important because Michael Jackson shit. Goddamn, he did a lot of stuff, you know. But Farrah Fawcett, so did she, even though it doesn't really seem to be that significant. And China, I felt the same way. Like when China died, it actually hurt my feelings. Well, when Roddy Piper died, it bothered me a lot.
Well, since we're talking about China, for all of you other guys, like, do you think Trish Stratus? You know Trish Stratus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like Trish Stratus or I think it's like Beth Phoenix, right? Both of them brought something that China also had. Like Beth Phoenix brought the strength, but Trish Stratus brought the fucking athleticity, and like she showed like
her and Lita,
losing, but at the same time,
her and Lita definitely brought the athleticism back into women's wrestling.
I'm sorry?
Her, Trish Stratus, and Lita, you know, redhead chick, big titties, and
oh shit! I didn't even think of Lita, dude. Fucking Lita was probably one of the most badass fucking wrestlers out there. Like she was a fucking great diva.
Yeah. But they definitely put the athleticism.
The names look like Orton's lost a few teeth.
Well, see, I remember when women wrestlers, just as well as midget wrestlers, were a sideline. No, it's true. Like, because you had the fabulous Moolah, right? You had them. You had the Tonga Kid, right? Like they were sidelines. They were like just there just to kind of like entertain, make people laugh, and type of shit like that. Until China showed up.
That's when shit changed.
That's when people started saying, "Hey, women can fucking wrestle." Like you can sit back and in a sense, you can actually say, "Look, you can also." I mean, at that time, you can say, in a sense, China was almost like a feminist fucking wrestler.
Can Jericho please get some new fucking content? Because the same shit's getting boring.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
No, not Jericho, not you, Will. Chris
Jericho needs some new fucking content. Chris Jericho is boring as a motherfucker.
When Y2J came back, like when he had like when he didn't go to the as soon as he went to the fucking underwear and all that shit, I feel like he completely changed. When he had the pants and shit, he was fucking badass. Like I honestly wanted him to have.
My problem is not his outfit. The problem is his fucking promos.
No. I know it wasn't his outfit, but as soon as he fucking went from the pants to his fucking underwear shit, like he definitely changed his whole perspective and everything of what he wanted. Like he became a fucking douchebag. Like he was like Y2J definitely fucking broke off from Chris Jericho.
Yeah, but who controls that? Who controls that?
True. Okay.
Who controls it? Right? I mean, it's like it's the owner.
No, yeah, I have to agree. But at the same time, when Chris Jericho, like, right when he came back and everything, he was at his fucking, like, I don't want to say he was at his prime, but he was at his fucking, probably one of his best, because I witnessed him fucking coming back. This was the first time I fucking saw Chris Jericho, right? But that fucking, his intro and everything and how he fucking wanted to do everything, that was fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. And now he's just a total bitch. I honestly fucking hate him. I fucking hate him.
Well, the fact that his last name is Jericho makes you want to choke him out. All right, you just be like, sleeper. Right? But, hey, guys, I really thank you for letting us inside this hangout just to talk wrestling with you guys, because I got to tell you, a lot of times I bring up wrestling in some of my other hangouts, and people just don't want to talk about it, you know, and they sit back and they look at me like I'm some type of weird fool or something.
No, yeah, this was a fucking great fucking time, not gonna lie. The whole time I was thinking of wrestling, and I kind of want to start watching it again, but at the same time, I feel like I'm not gonna get the same entertainment that I was when I was a lot younger, you know?
Right. Well, and also, just to kind of add to that, Road Warriors, best tag team ever. And Lance, Shawn Michaels sucks. He will always suck.
Okay, no, now you need to. Now
you want to kick him.
Shawn Michaels is the fucking best. Fucking Heartbreak Kid. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't
Shawn Michaels
about him.
Sucks.
No. See, now I'm just gonna say fucking Roddy Piper fucking sucks. Like,
dude, you cannot speak negatively about Piper.
Bet money. Bet money.
How much you want to bet?
I'm not gonna bet shit.
You cannot speak negatively about Piper.
No, I can fucking talk as much shit as I want to talk about Piper if you're gonna talk about fucking.
You realize I can poison you in food, right?
Right, well, that's where I'm gonna stop.
When it comes to Roddy Piper, he can't. It's just not right. You can't speak negatively about Piper. You realize that when you die, if you talk negatively about Piper, you go to a special place in hell.
That doesn't mean shit. I don't give a fuck if I go up in hell.
It's a special place.
No, that's not. It might be a special place, but I'm not going to see Piper there.
No. You're not going to see him. He's in control of it to punish you, but he won't be there because he's above, right? You can't talk negatively about Piper.
I'm just going to say this right now. I'm above Piper right now.
I'm gonna kill him. All right, guys. I'm gonna jump out. But I gotta tell you right now, this fool's talking negative about Piper. That shit ain't right. You can't do this legitimately in the United States without having some kind of punishment, even though he's Canadian. I'm troubled. I'm troubled. It's probably the best way to put it. But I do appreciate you guys letting us in to the hangout and everything like that, especially you guys not knowing us and everything along those lines.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah,
thanks,
but it was fun talking wrestling with you guys. And Lance, I will talk to you later, fool.
Later.
You guys take care of yourself. Rock on and all the other good shit. Take care, guys.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 times even? What is it, about 20 suplexes? That's how many it takes to get to Suplex City, right? Well, it only takes one RKO to get to Viperville. No enhancement needed.
Lance, next time you talk to your friends, be sure to thank them for coming on.
Yeah, I will.
It was an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Anybody else notice a subtle change to Randy Orton's character?
Yeah.
You know what's funny though? I actually know somebody that's very close to Brock Lesnar, and he's got a couple messages he wants to relay to you. Okay? Yeah. Brock says that since you've been avoiding him for 15 years, Brock says that you're a coward. His words, not mine. Brock also says that he's going to tear your shoulder apart, rip your arm off, and eat it for breakfast. Brock's words, not mine.
It almost looks like Orton's got some new ink.
He also says, really coincidental about this one.
Yeah.
He also says, you're a stupid idiot. Brock's words, not mine. Does it make you mad? Got a little Twitch thing going there, huh? You gonna give me an RKO out of nowhere? You get the one now? RKO out of nowhere now? You're taking me to Viperville, Randy? With me now? You're not gonna do a damn thing. Or is it now? Like I said, you worry about Lesnar at SummerSlam. Stay out of my business. You did?
Okay, this isn't Viper. This is Legend Killer.
Yeah.
So now they're gonna push him as Legend Killer and not Viper.
I don't know.
He's even doing the Legend Killer pose. I don't know if I agree with that build.
I don't know.
Because Viper wasn't really like, like I don't know how to describe it, but it was more like ice cold kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not as comedic.
It might be a mix of the two.
Oh yeah, because this is just the first night we've seen him back.
Yeah.
I would have participated more in the conversation with Will, but I had to pay attention to this,
Yeah. Oh.
So now it's time for the main event.
Yeah, but I'm looking. Okay, 6 start time. That's 4 hours. Oh, and that's an 8-hour damn show.
Yeah.
I started doing the math in my head. Wait a damn minute here.
Everybody out of the way. Run the show. These guys truly may be unstoppable.
James just popped up on Skype.
Yeah, but I don't know if he. I mean, he's at a barbecue or a cookout right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
I knew that I was better than everyone. I'm gonna say that right now. Ben, never break. Together we're so much stronger. As far as we can possibly go as a group, and my ultimate goal is not it just wasn't gonna happen. Sharing the spotlight with the guys.
Rick, what do you make of Randy Orton?
It's good to come back, and of course, I like the funny thing is that the Viperville. The fact that he's gonna be facing Brock Lesnar, that's gonna be interesting, because Brock just came off that big win, and then Orton is coming back from an injury, and they are both, big guys, big wrestlers in their, in their own right. It's really hard. It depends how they want to push it. If they want to push Brock, obviously he's gonna win. It's who are they gonna push and why? I honestly do not know.
Ladies and gentlemen, newly drafted members of Monday Night Raw have gathered here tonight to watch this triple threat match for the WWE Championship. Remember, whoever wins this match is going to bring that title to their respective brands.
Is that Cameron in the front row? Sitting there? Do you see her?
I believe so.
I thought that was Alicia Fox.
It could be Alicia Fox.
No, it's Alicia. Yeah,
I know Cameron got the axe.
Yeah, no, that's and like I said, there's still a lot more picks, so.
You know, why does Mick look like Captain Lou Albano?
I don't know. All he needs is to have like rubber bands in his, ears, his beard, and he'd be all set.
Well, then a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah. Well, the plaid will work.
You know what I gotta say, guys? I was back and forth getting stuff ready for tomorrow morning for work. Walk the dog. I caught briefs of it. I gotta say, well, first of all, Stephanie's got boobs.
Yeah.
I can see Brock going over Randy. It'll be a good fight, but it'll go. I can see him going over.
What do we got? What more picks now? Is that that's my guess.
Or maybe both GM and both powers that be in each system are going to be at ringside for
Oh,
this.
you know what? Actually, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna all be at ringside.
Guaranteed that. Okay, how many times does this match get restarted? I'm calling it now. How many times?
3. You know what's funny?
If it does, I'm not gonna be happy because they've done that before. They did that like what? Was it the last pay-per-view? No, it was Extreme Rules. It was Reigns versus AJ.
Yeah.
No.
Damn, look at the pop that he's getting.
Daniel Bryan.
Yep.
The guy's over to the moon.
Well, because for one thing, he was taking out early in his career, just as Chris started going. And
Yeah. Why does with that haircut he reminds me of Bud Bundy?
my question is, right now he's big, but if he's gonna be a general manager eventually, those pops are gonna look a lot lower and lower. Only because he's not wrestling.
Yeah.
Then again, if you think he's gonna get a pop every time he's like this on a Raw or a SmackDown, whichever one he's going to, SmackDown, no, make no mistake, it's gonna be it'll slowly die out. I don't know if Joe agreed with me or not.
No, he'll still get the big pops, but it like
they won't be as big as when he won the titles and stuff.
Exactly, it'll still be there. Like Mick gets him, it'll be there, but it won't be as strong as it used to be.
Mm.
So Seth Rollins is the bad guy everyone likes.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I was pissed. I had one of his shirts. All the shirts don't sell out, buy in. A fucking shirt. They sent me a small size shirt. I'm like, motherfucker. So I wound up giving it to the kid upstairs who likes wrestling. I'm like, yeah, here you go. So I have to fucking order another one from a different place. I was pissed.
They probably thought you were ordering it for a kid.
It was just one size too small. I'm like, really? So.
Somebody held up a sign that said Seth promos are sempiternal. Like, what in the hell does that mean?
Wow. Well, we heard Daniel Bryan's yes. Now it's like no for Roman.
Yep, he's going to be booed out of the building.
There he goes.
Oh, he's got a full-on beard now.
Basically, sempiternal means eternal, unchanging, everlasting.
Oh.
You know, you gotta wonder if they're gonna give the title to Roman Reigns. He's.
No, you know what? I stand by.
Suspension's kayfabed.
Yeah, I agree, Joe, that who's gonna win, who's gonna take it. But like I said, he's a dark horse. I don't think that Seth Rollins is gonna win it. If anybody walks away with the title, it's gonna be him.
I'm still picking Ambrose.
So yeah, again, I also stick with Ambrose, but I just think in general.
Yeah, I'm with y'all.
Is he getting a pop? Is he actually getting a pop?
No, more like a booze.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? He's getting a reaction. That's all that matters.
Yeah, you got a point there.
So I hope they do, turn him heel and him walking out with the title, and stop saying I'm not a good guy, I'm a bad guy. And the guy goes, you know what? Too bad. Not to mention, here's a little hint. He's now got the gold. He's wearing the gold outfit. That I don't know.
Yeah, but that really couldn't signify anything. It could be just something he's wearing, like when Seth Rollins breaks out his White Ranger gear.
Yeah, but he also had gold lining. But again, it might mean nothing. I could be.
I mean, Seth is wearing new gear. Does that mean something?
Yeah, Seth is wearing black and silver. And Dean is wearing his trusty Levi's.
Yep.
I think you should probably get an endorsement from Levi's for that.
Scheduled for one fall. Unless, of course, they change the rules and then restart the match.
They restart this two or three times.
I could see the rules be changed throughout the match with Mick throwing something in, Daniel Bryan throwing something in, Stephanie would throw something in, and then Shane O'Mac would throw something in just to finish it all off.
Yeah.
Anyone else notice that Lillian Garcia is not there?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people think that she's gone, and she's not. She takes time off here and there.
Or she's got a contract for just the major pay-per-views.
No, because I've seen her on Raw. That's how she's always been. She kind of comes and goes. She doesn't really stay too long, especially as her career's gone on. It's just been less and less. So.
You know, it's funny, just a little tidbit, during the Republican National Convention, when the delegates were putting in their votes,
yeah,
the delegates from Connecticut, they said their part, and they said they're the home of the WWE and Hall of Famer future President Donald Trump, so they recognized WWE at the convention. Wow, the Roman Six are there.
Yep.
You know what that's all about, though, right, Joe?
Which one, the Roman Six or the Republicans?
Yeah, that's pretty much to make Donald Trump look like an ass. Oh, you like wrestling? Here you go. That was that concept. It had nothing to do with actually pushing WWE. It's just almost like a pot punch. The rib shot. Oh, rip.
Well, they were more. They were also like it's the home of WWE, so they wanted to get that going. That this is what makes Connecticut better. They haven't Vince. Jeez.
Listen, Roman's been champion. He understands how much the title means to Dean Ambrose. What it means to your career, your livelihood, your family. God, Roman is willing to do whatever it takes to win that title tonight from Dean Ambrose or Seth Rollins. Ambrose knocks Reigns down.
Yeah, I think they're going to turn Roman heel one way or another.
Sounds like he already is.
Well, no. See, that's the one thing I cannot see. Everybody says, "Well, he's getting boots, so he must be a heel." No, you're a heel when you start doing the heelish antics.
Yeah. They kind of need to redefine what heel means, because I mean, in this match, the guy that acts like a heel is actually the guy that just got thrown out of the ring.
Mm.
But I mean, nowadays, heel antics gets the hell over.
Exactly.
Jeez, Seth Rollins and Dean Ambrose get the cheers while Roman gets the boos.
I'd like some booze. Oh, not that kind of booze.
You have the boobs? The boobs, I'll take the boobs.
B-O-O-Z-E.
I'll take the B-O-O-B-S.
Okay.
As Jeff Jarrett would say, that's B-O-O-B-S.
I don't care how you spell it. I just want something.
Have there been any updates as to the condition of Sami Zayn?
I have not looked. If I find something, what I'll probably do is, I know Joe's got to go to bed early, so because he's got to work tomorrow. I'll do a review for tonight's show, and then after that, I'll get off and I'll look, and I'll post it on the page.
Shout out to Lewis iDog. What's up, Lewis?
Ricky, you working tomorrow?
No, why?
Well, Mondays.
Oh yeah, no. The cool thing is with this job I got, I'm gonna be primarily working Fridays.
Okay.
So I'll be working, and like in the middle of the week. So
yeah,
I'll be around for Monday, Tuesdays, and of course Sundays. At first, they wanted me to work Sunday nights.
Yeah, that's what I remember you saying. I was just,
yeah.
I wanted to be. Oh, that's gonna suck.
It was gonna suck, but then my my boss turned around and said, you know what, I can actually use you better for Friday nights if you wouldn't mind. I'm like, yeah, sure, that works. Considering the only thing that's on Friday nights is TNA.
No, TNA's on Thursday.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I keep on getting, I don't know, they play musical chairs with their fucking time slots.
That is true.
Did you guys see how Ambrose ran into that turnbuckle? He like slowed down, almost stopped, and then hit it.
Yeah.
Devontae says Sami Zayn was shown sitting in the locker room with the rest of the Raw roster, and then he looked fine.
Yeah, but that Raw roster could have been taken 2 days ago. That doesn't mean nothing.
Or hell.
Or they could probably gave him some ice to put on his elbow.
Possibly, but what he's talking about is when the people, like they were showing that little quick promo of the guy sitting in the Raw and SmackDown locker room. I think that didn't happen tonight. That could have happened even before the match even started. Any of the matches.
That could have happened like first thing in this afternoon or something.
Yeah, exactly. I am interested to see where it went.
God, where did Dean Ambrose come from?
CZW.
Jeez.
You got a point. I'm talking about the frame.
Well, you asked.
Well, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
They even got kids out there with Seth Rollins t-shirts.
Why do you think he attacked on that side?
Looks like he took out the camera, too.
Hey, Lewis, who's your pick for the championship match? Do you have one?
Jeez.
Have they spent about 75% of this match so far on the outside?
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say, this match is actually boring.
Yeah, For being the 3 former members of the Shield, it's been so far a little lackluster. It was like they overhyped it, and it's just not living up to the hype.
We need the hype bros out there to hype it up.
It's like they just can't come up with something, you know, they just can't get the big moves in or that fire.
Man, that splash had to be perfectly timed. Tony, if they put the title on Reigns tonight, I know there are a lot of fans out there and they're going to be pissed.
Speaking of pissed, I'll be back in a minute.
It was like a small smattering chant of "This is awesome," like very small.
I thought it was saying this is awful.
And as long as Roman's getting his butt beaten, the fans are happy.
Yeah.
Didn't they do something like that at a live event with with AJ Styles? No, it was on a Sunset Flip Powerbomb that he did it. Well, there goes the Spanish announce table. And now we will have a moment of silence in memory of the Spanish announce table. There was that moment. No DQ and a triple threat.
That is true. Then wouldn't that put it in Dean Ambrose's favor then?
Yeah, but you got to remember WWE. They're not going to really work it like that. When they flash back to that locker room area, I see Simon Gotch. I don't see Aiden English. Wasn't it English that had the fight with Sin Cara?
Yeah, and from what I understand, they sent his ass home. So this might have been later.
Now you realize that you see the SmackDown and the Raw roster continue to look. Now one would say that that's because whoever wins takes to the show, to their brand.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's something else involved here. Because they're going to show you all how they respect you. Something big's going to happen.
Well, they started out this match kind of slow, but it's slowly
No, I
starting.
mean the storyline.
Oh.
They're going to throw a curveball. You watch. I don't know what it is, but I see a curveball coming.
Yeah, I'm possibly seeing. Oh, it's Survivor Series. If it lasts that long, Raw versus SmackDown. Survivor Series match.
Yeah.
Has Roman always had a sit-out powerbomb in his moveset, or is that something new?
He's had that.
You notice he kind of had to catch him a little bit when he was bringing him up for the bomb?
Yeah.
It's like either he didn't pick him up properly or Rollins didn't get a good enough jump.
Maybe a little bit of both.
I'm not really sure how to answer that one, Dustin. I don't know.
Yeah, see? Yep. Something's coming. Telling you.
You see a little wrinkle dinkle happening?
I don't know, but something's definitely going to turn out. The way this turns out, you watch. It's going to be like one of those what the fuck moments.
How many times have we seen a Superman punch in this? Actually, yeah.
So that's how they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Whoever has the title is gonna stay there. That includes the WWE title, so it's not gonna be a floater.
Well, didn't I kind of call it when we did the preview show on HWR that there weren't going to be any title changes?
I think actually, well, I meant as far as the titles drifting back and forth, but yes, I didn't see that many title changes. I even called, like I said, I called on Ambrose, but I thought there was going to be like that dark horse.
I got to agree with Devontae about Owens versus Zayn being best match of the night.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I kind of feel a little bit let down from this match.
A little bit, yeah.
To me, it just didn't feel like it could have been better. It just didn't live up to the expectations, I think.
Sometimes that's just how dream matches are.
Never mind. Wow, I really thought it was going to happen. And now they're bringing out all these guys, and it's like...
They might have something happen with all of them in the ring.
No. This was like a celebration thing, which I was not expecting.
Yeah, let me exit out of that for you.
Hold on one second.
Here.
Billy, you're breaking up real bad. I don't know if I...
Yeah, I was talking to my brother.
No, I'm saying you're breaking up. It's like static.
Yeah.
So, Joe, you awake?
Joe's not here.
Oh, he took off?
Yeah.
Oh, alright. So, you guys up for a review?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Bill?
Mr. Boudreaux.
Billy? Is there anybody out there?
Hello, is there anybody out there?
Oh, Billy has his mic off. Yeah, Joe went offline. So, alright, you know what we'll do? We'll just do, Let me get started here. Oh no! I gotta stay while I do this.